So, Mograph Volumetrics V2 with Amey. If you don't know already, it's going to be using Cinema 4D and Octane render. Amey is an architect and photographer from Mumbai, India. He graduated with a master's degree in architectural design from Hartwick University College London in 2011. His past workplaces include RMJM London and the RTA office Shanghai. Amey started his Instagram blog, Amazing Architect in 2018, where he develops and publishes his architectural design works using Cinema 4D and Octane render. Through his works, Amey is constantly experimenting with different architectural themes such as neobrutalism, utopianism, and parametricism. Having lived in China for 5 years, Amey's work is also influenced by East Asian architecture. Over the past couple of years, his Instagram blog has attracted 100,000 global followers, and many of his projects have been published in prominent publications around the world, such as Hypebeast, Design Boom, Art Daily, and Zine. So, welcome, Amey, and glad to have you again for V2, and excited to see what you have in store for us for today. Before you start, or you can start sharing your screen now, I'll just want to say that for the people here, after the webinar, you'll get an email with a recording link. It's usually sent within 24 hours. Just want to remind everyone that not everyone learns at the same pace. So if you feel like you can't keep up, just watch the recording after, and go back as much as you want to see it. We can't stop every for every little thing, but we'll try as much as possible to also be able to get through the material. If you could please ask questions with the Q&A button. If you see in your buttons, there's the one button that's called Q&A. This is easier for us to track in the chat. And if you are talking in the chat, please make sure to switch your chat to say everyone, so that everyone can see the chat you're writing and not just me. And yeah, that's it from my end, and I'll hand it over to you, Amey, and I'll be here in the background watching.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Mograph Volumetrics 2.0. My name is Amey, and this is going to be my second course taught under Design Morphing. Thank you again, Michael, for giving such amazing introduction. And I hope I will be able to take everyone through the whole process of how Cinema 4D works and how Octane render works. Our main aim is going to be 60% of modeling in Cinema 4D, and then the rest 40% will be Octane render. I'm going to try to be as slow as possible so that I'm not rushing everyone through the steps, but we have a very limited time, so I'm gonna have to achieve some balance here with the speed. All right. Having said that, let me share my screen. Oh, I think my screen is already visible. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. So we are gonna do some 9 exercises or projects. First one is going to be undulating roof, which you guys see right here. But before we jump into that, let me quickly introduce you to the interface of Cinema 4D and how the navigation works. I hope everyone has already installed and opened Cinema 4D on their computers. And okay, what you see here is the main viewport. And let me quickly create one cube object. That way we can see it nicely. Okay, cool. So here on the right, what you have is this list of primitive objects: cube, cylinders, capsule, cone. And once you create an object, you see it here in the object manager. You can see here in the cube. I can disable it or enable it using clicking on this tick mark. And once I select the cube, underneath I have attributes manager, which gives me the individual properties of every object. So I have the size. I can just left click and drag to the right or left to change these parameters. Or you can simply double click or not double click, even single click, and just enter it manually what number you're looking for. And you can add the segments, reduce them. Okay. So that's the object manager at the top, and underneath you have attributes manager. At the bottom, you have coordinates. So I can enter 50 and you will see the cube is lifted up by 50, or you can rotate it, or you can also try to change the size from here. Now, you have size in two locations, here in the attributes manager and in the coordinate system, but they do work a little bit differently. I'll explain that later. But before we go too much ahead, let me show you the navigation. So if you just scroll in and out, you can zoom in, zoom out. But to rotate the camera around the object, you have here at the top, you have this orbit camera. So you can click on that and now you can rotate the camera. But to use mouse, I don't know what the default shortcut is, but I usually set my own shortcut. So I go to Shift F12, which is command manager. You can also open it from window, customization, command manager, Shift F12, and I'll type orbit camera. There it is. And the shortcut that I have set is middle mouse button. Okay, so you can set the shortcut here, click add, and now I can orbit my camera just by clicking down middle mouse button. You guys are free to use your own shortcut. And for panning, which is the move camera, again, I don't know what the default shortcut is, but the shortcut that I use is move camera is Shift middle mouse button, Shift plus middle mouse button. So that allows me to pan around. So these are the three important navigation tools: zoom in and out, move camera, and orbit camera. Okay. If I want to see all the elevations, I will double click here, toggle active view, and it will give me top, right, and front along with the perspective. And if you want to full screen a particular view, right click here in the corner, toggle active view, and now that one is full screen. Also, the shortcut is F1 for perspective, F2 for top, F3 right, F4 front. Okay, and I click this again to come back here. There is also a shortcut to quickly like toggle them, which for me is Alt middle mouse button. So I think that's also something I have set as a manual shortcut. So toggle active view. I guess the default one is page up, but the one I have set is Alt middle mouse button. Just something that I find convenient. Okay. We will be spending most of our time in perspective view, but sometimes we will switch between the others. On the top, you have these XYZ. They basically control your movement. Let's say if I lock X, now it will only move along X. So when you select the object, you have the move tool, the rotate tool, and the scale tool. And these three, move, rotate, and scale, they work with these XYZs. So the move tool is here, then the rotate tool, just rotate. You can just grab these axes on the gumball and you can scale them up and down. Okay. I'm gonna unlock that X again. Okay. And you can see when we play around with this move, rotate, and scale, in the coordinate system, you will see the parameters have changed. If you want to bring them back to the original, just 0, tab 0, tab 0, and 0, 0, 0. Okay. And here you can bring the size back to original, 200, 200, 200. Cool. Then here at the top, you have the points mode, the edge mode, and the polygon mode, and the object mode. So I'm sure you guys are familiar with how Rhino works. And in Rhino also, you have this point, edge, and polygon mode once you are working in the subdivision. Okay, but in Cinema 4D, you have this as a default feature. So if I switch to point mode, you see like nothing really happens. That is because our object is still a primitive object, and we need to explode it first in order to access these modes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the segments back to 1, 1, 1. And then I'm going to press C, which will make it editable or exploded. Okay. I think there is the C button right somewhere here, but it has been so long that I used it. I don't even remember. But if you can't find it, you can press Shift C, which opens the command manager, and you can type customize and now edit table. Yeah, make editable, and see, you can select that. But right now it's not working because this object is already editable. Let me delete it and edit table. Yeah, there it is. And if you click on that, and it explodes. But I just prefer the shortcut C. Okay, so now let's click on the points mode, and now you can see the points are on. So now you can select the individual point and drag them around. Okay, or go to the edge mode and work with the edges. You can scale them, or work with the polygon mode. Okay. And finally, you have the object mode, which will allow you to manipulate the whole object. Okay. Now, many times when you are doing hard surface modeling, you want to quickly switch between these modes. So for that, I have set a shortcut. I'm going to press Shift F12 again, which will open the command manager. And I think this one is toggle modeling mode. Yeah, there is. The usual shortcut, the default one is enter button. The one I have set is Z. So it allows me to quickly switch between various points or various modes. And for the object mode or the model mode, I have the shortcut A. So Z will help you to only switch between point, edges, and polygons, and the A will help me to move to the model mode. So again, Shift F12. I don't remember the name of the command, so I'm going to go into shortcut filter and press A, and that should give me not this one. Here it is, use model mode. Now, another interesting thing about shortcuts is that they use changes based on where your cursor is. So one shortcut will work differently in the viewport or in the objects mode. I will show you that later as we come across that situation. Okay, just for something to keep in mind. Then here you have snap. So if I enable snap, now I will be able to, let me actually create another object to demonstrate. So now once the snap mode is on, I can click here, and in the snap mode, you have all these options: snap to the point, edge, polygon, intersection, midpoint. So now I can just press E, which is a shortcut for move, or just click there, E, and drag it to this vertex, okay, or this vertex. One important thing to remember here, that the snap needs to be on in order for you to move, like snap these objects around. If I turn off the snap and if I click here on the screen, you see the object kind of moves, but it's not snapping onto the cursor. But the moment I turn on the snap, and if I click here and like hold it down, the object will snap to the cursor. Now I can take it closer to this point and it shows you the vertex snap and you release, okay? But now let's say I want to put like one of the vertices along the vertex of another object. So how do I do that? So now we have this gumball, and we now going to manipulate its position by this enable axis. The shortcut that I've set is Q. So if you press Q on and off, you will see the axis turns on and off. And now if I click somewhere, you'll see the gumball is snapping to the cursor, and I will bring it closer to this vertex, and I will disable it so that now it is locked into that position, okay? Now if I click here and bring it to this point, you'll see now these vertices are connected, okay? That doesn't mean the objects are connected, they're still separate. It's just that we have snapped one object to another, okay? I'm gonna show this again. So you enable the axis, and now you can move it around wherever you want, or you can snap it like this to a vertex or the edge or wherever you like, okay? And then you click on the enable axis again. That way its position is locked to the object or to its new position, and you can place it somewhere else, okay? Now, after you have done this, let's say you want to bring this axis back to the center of this object, okay, for some particular application. Then you have this button called Center Axis Tool, and I'll click that and it brings to the center. Now you guys may not have this button up here because I have created this manually. So how do I create these manual buttons is, again, I press Shift F12, Command Manager, and the command is Center Axis 2, there it is. And you drag and drop it here, and there you go. I have two buttons doing the same thing. And close it, and now I can click on it and it will bring the axis back to the center. I'm gonna enable it again and snap it to a corner and click Center Axis 2, it goes back in the center. Once you have created these custom buttons, and if you close Cinema 4D and reopen it, you will lose them. So in order to save them, you go to Window, Customization, Save as Startup Layout. Once you do that, then all these buttons will become permanent. Okay, cool. So let's bring it to this corner. Okay. What's this? Axis? That's okay. Okay. I think this is like enough introduction to some of the basics of, some of the commands. On the right, we have, I already explained you, we have these primitives, the object manager, attributes manager. You have types of curves, arcs, circles. So let's create, let's say, this rectangle. And here you will have these properties of rectangle. You can select the plane to which they're aligned to. Select the size. You can give them rounding. So I encourage you guys to go through these various primitives, and you can play with their properties. So if I press R now I have the rotate mode, and I can rotate it like this. And if I hold Shift, it will rotate in, every 5 degrees. So if I click on the modeling settings here and I go to quantize, I have this like move in the multiples of 5, rotate in 5, scale 5%. So you can say rotate 45. And now if I rotate, you'll see it's still not snapping. For that, you have to hold down shift, and now it will snap to 45 degrees. Okay, you can make this a default feature by quantize and activate quantize. Now you don't have to hold down shift, it will always move in the multiples of 45. Yeah, you can say this one 100, and I'll switch to move tool. And so the shortcut for move is E, rotate is R, and scale is T. Okay. Coming back to our primitives, you have other, you hardly use these. Mostly you will use rectangle and arc and circle. Then we have some of these subdivision surface, cloth surface, extrudes, lathe, sweep. We will not be going through all of them, but we will use some of these as we go ahead. Then you have volume builder, cloners, and some modifiers, which allow you to bend an object, for example, or displace it. You have effectors here, and you have fields. Okay, so we will be touching all of these today as we move ahead. So without, I think we have covered the basics enough. So let's start creating this project. Okay, now this project, the most important concept in this one is the use of cloner. So let me open my list here. Okay, introduction to cloner object, effectors, and fields. So we will be using these cloner object right here, and the effectors, which are under, no, not these, sorry, these ones, effectors, the plane effector, random effector, we will be using these, and we will be using fields. Okay. It is very easy to get confused between the effectors and the fields. So I'm gonna try to go over them again and again just to make it clear for you guys. Okay. So yeah, another important thing, selection tool. I probably didn't introduce that one. So if I press 9, I have this round brush selection tool. I can click it around on the objects and it will select the objects. Or if I press 0, it will give me a rectangular selection, and I can then drag a rectangle to select the objects. If I press 0 again, it will show me the options related to it. But usually the 0 doesn't give the options. If I press 9 again, which is the live selection tool, that gives me these objects. You can scroll through the size of the brush, or select visible only or not. Okay, these are the most two important settings when it comes to selection tools. The other shortcut to make them big and small is the square bracket right next to your enter. So if I press the right bracket, it will make it bigger, and if I press the left one, it will make it smaller. Okay, cool. And let's delete these objects. Delete. And let's start creating this project. So let's first create the roof. So I'm going to create the cloner object, and I'm going to create a cube, and I'm going to drag and drop this cube under the cloner object. And now you will see immediately you have this 3x3 grid of the clones. So if let's click on the cloner object and understand its properties. So you can see you have the count 313, and if I create this, increase this number, you'll see that the number of clones grows. Okay, like that. So cloner object is a very effective way of quickly populating your scene with clones of an object. So here you have a mode which says grid mode, but you can switch to linear mode, and that way now you have the count, and you can control the spacing between these objects. Or you can, let's say I go to the cube and say 1000. 100, 20, 100. Okay, and I'm gonna bring the space down to 50. Yeah, that's better. Let's make this 100, let's say 500. Yeah, that's better. Go back to cloner, and if I click here, the angle, you will see it starts to twist. So every cube is moving 2 degrees, or let's say I select the X dimension scale. So it's scaling them in X direction every 10% as they move up. So let's press 0. I think this will give you a clear idea here. Okay. And then you can also play with these parameters and see how this cloner works. So I'm gonna just press again 0, 50, 0, and make this 110. Sorry, not 110, 100. Okay, that's the default. Here you have instance mode, which is instance, render instance, and multi-instance. Most of the time we use instance and render instance. The difference between them is render instance will kind of create like copies of the same object, whereas in instance it will give you 18 different objects, and that makes your scene heavier. So most of the time we use render instance, and it allows us to quickly create thousands of objects without slowing down our scene a lot. Okay, so let's create the pattern of this roof. So I'm going to select the cube and say 50 by 50 by 50, and go to cloner object and switch from linear mode to the grid mode. Okay, and now this gives us this giant grid, but we want to reduce the size between them to 50 by 50 by 50, and we don't want anything in the Z or Y axis. So I'm going to press 1, and the count will be 20, no, say 40 by 20. Okay, so now the cloner has allowed us to create these 800 clones of this one cube. And now I'm gonna click here in the transform mode, no, effector mode. Now effector is where these effectors get applied. Okay, so while the cloner object is selected, I'm going to click on, no, not that one. I'm going to click on shader object, which is right here, and you'll see something happen here. So if I disable the shader object, let's see something changes, but that is the scale. So in the parameter field here, we are going to disable the scale because we don't want to change the scale. We want to change the vertical positioning of these clones. So for that, I'm going to click on position and say 300. And you see that all the clones have been lifted up by 300. But what we want is this undulating effect of the roof. So for that, you go to shader, shading tab, and click on this triangle next to the shader and say noise. And now you see that these clones are moving up and down based on the noise data. So if I click on the noise icon here and go into the settings, and you see the global scale, and now I'm gonna left click on it and drag to the right, and you will see that the scale goes up, and let's really take it up. Let's say 5,000. And now you see that the undulations have started to come in effect. Okay, all because of this larger noise scale. If you have the smaller scale, you have the noise is too small to create this neat undulating effect. Okay, so 2,500, let's say, maybe that's, yeah, I think we can work with that. And now we can play with the contrast here, the low clip and the high clip. So what this is doing is that it's making the whole noise white, and that gives the value, basically that white is 1 and black is 0. which is here. Okay. So the 0 gets multiplied into 300 and gives you 0, whereas shading noise, whereas when you have white, the 1 is multiplied into 300 and gives you, like, it lifts up all the clones. That's why when you have noise between white and black, it is applying the various values of gray to individual clone and giving you this variation in positions. Okay, so if I now increase the contrast, now it will start to push them between 1 and 0. So now you have, let me reduce the scale a little bit so you see it better. Now you can see here in the thumbnail, you have white and black. So the clones that are falling into the black area are at 0, and the clones that are in the white area are at 300. So let me bring down this contrast to 0 again and take the scale up to 2500. There you go. And you have this undulations. So let me bring the contrast a little up. Not so much, maybe just enough that we don't lose the undulations. Yeah, I think, we can work with that. Also, you have to keep in mind that if you put the contrast way high, the gaps start to open up. So be careful when you are working with the contrast here. There you go. If you think you want like a higher resolution, just go back to the cube, reduce, let's say, the size to 25. And now I'll go to the cloner, reduce the spacing to 25. So that way now they are closer, and increase the count to 80. Okay, so you can do that in all dimensions. Let's say, let's make this Z also 25. Go back to cloner, make the count 40, and reduce the spacing to 25. Now you'll see you have much higher resolution of the roof, but your model will become heavier. But we are in the render instance, so that should help a little bit. But still, I would say for the sake of exercise, let's keep it a little bit light. 40, 20, spacing back to 50, and I'll go back to the cube and make the size 50, tab 50, tab 50. Okay, there you go. Yeah, but the gaps here are quite big. So I'm gonna go back to shader, click on this noise again, and reduce the, yeah, that's better. I'm gonna increase the number of clones, let's say 50 to 25, and go to shader, go to noise, and increase the scale to 5000. And now increase the contrast. Yeah, I think that looks much better now. Cool. So once we have now created the roof, you can see that there are some flat portions here. So let's create that flat portion right here. Shader, parameters, yeah, 300. Okay, so the way we take control of a particular area of this roof will be by selecting that area. So let's go back to the hierarchy again a little bit. We have the cloner first, and in the effector tag of the cloner, we have this shader. Shader effector. Okay, so if I turn on and off, you'll see the shader turns on and off. Okay, but shader has this field called fields, and you can click here and let's say add spherical field. Okay, and now you will see that this shader effector is applied only where this field exists. So let me scale that field up. I press T to bring the scale and scale it up. And now you can see that the shader is applied only in this area. So let me press E, move tool, and drag this field around. And now you can see how it works. Okay. But what we want is we want the roof to be flat only in the area of this field, and rest of the roof remains undulated. So for that, I'm going to disable the field for a second and just delete it completely. Okay, there you go. Shader parameters. Why did it go to 930? 300. Okay, it's better. But what I'm going to do is, instead of lifting these up to 300, I'm going to lift them down to -300. I think that will make our work a little bit easier. And now let's enable the fields, and nope, nothing is happening. Let me turn off the snap for a second. Okay. I also will turn off the quantize. Yeah. Okay. So now I can move it around freely and not get bound by. I'm also going to turn off this grid because I feel like there's too much information. So I'll go to filter and click on work plane. Yeah, that's much cleaner. Okay, so this spherical field is not working. So let's go back to the shader field tab and let's create let's create this spherical field again. Okay, there you go. And because we want the reverse effect, I'm going to click on this clamp tool and say invert. And now you see that where the field exists, the roof is always going to be flat. So I'll bring it down to this corner. Okay. And that way now I have this flat portion. You can scale this sphere up so that it covers larger area. And let's select this spherical field. And here we click on remapping. And now if, let's say, I click on this inner offset, and now you can see there are two spheres. There's an inner sphere and an outer sphere. And the effect kind of graduates between these spheres. So if I bring it down to 0, you will see you will almost lose the flat roof effect. But if I bring it to 100%, you will have this sharp drop between the edges of the sphere and outside. So usual convention is 50%, or you can, let's say, bring it up a little bit. So that way now we have flat roof. Cool. So let's look at this image. Oh, I closed it. This guy. Okay. Now we have this flat roof. Okay. Oh, another thing. Let's go back to the shader effector and click in the shading tab, go to the noise. Here you have the seed element. I can click on the seed element and see various combinations of the noise. Okay. Very handy for, creating multiple options. Okay. And if I, what I'm going to do is let me hide this field. I don't want to keep seeing it all the time. Also, I'm not happy with how, maybe let's graduate it a little bit. That's better. Okay. And let's go back to shader, noise. And now if I click on animation speed, let's say 1, and press play here in the timeline, and now you'll see that the noise animates itself, and you'll see have this cool animation of these clones moving up and down. The time frame will run for 90 frames and then jumps back to 0. And you will see when it jumps back, the animation kind of starts over. But if I go to loop period and say 1, it will basically give us this endless loop, a smooth transition between start and end, like a cycle animation. Okay. The animation speed, if I press to 50, you'll see it will, really start to going crazy. 1 is the slowest. If I input 0.1, I think it's going to be same as 1, just for you to keep in mind. Okay, I'm gonna hit pause, or and then click go to start. So the timeline is set to 0 again. Let's continue building the rest of the project. So I'm gonna now click on cube and pull it down a little bit and provide the base slab of for our roof. And I'm gonna go in and say 2500 and 1250. Okay, and this one will be 25. Okay, so now we have the base, or floor slab. Now another thing you might have noticed that this roof underneath has this stepping effect, and let's say you don't want that stepping effect for the underside. You want a flat roof, or not flat, oops, sorry, but like a smooth roof. So for that, I'm gonna create a plane. Okay, and I'm going to give it the same size, 2500 by 1250, and let's increase the segments, let's say to 25 by 12, or let's say 30 by 15. Okay, and I'm going to apply a modifier, which is a displacer. Okay, now again, let me be clear, the modifiers are different and the effectors are different. In initial stages, you will be confused between them, but with practice and a lot of use, you will start to understand how they are different. So displacer will allow me to modify this plane. So I will drag and drop it under the plane, and I'll go to the shading, and you have a shader, and you will turn on the noise. And now you see the displacer starts to start to create these undulations. But what we want is these undulations to match the undulations of the roof. So I'll go to the shader effector that we created before. Under the shading, I'll right click on the shader and say copy. I'll go to displacer and I'll right click on the shader and say paste. And now it will have the same noise working on it, but still we are not getting the effect. So we go into the object and we increase the height to 300, but it's kind of working in exactly the opposite direction. So maybe minus 300 should work. Yeah, there it is. I think we'll have to kind of adjust like manually. And then now I'm going to select the plane and drag it below. There you go. This corner is a little different because we have applied the spherical field, and we are going to do the same with the displacer. So with displacer, we go into the field tab, and I'm going to drag and drop the spherical field here. And of course, we also have to create the invert. Now you can see, still not working. Go to the spherical fields, and now displacer, shading, no, displacer, object. Okay, this is happening because the intensity is set to center. That's why the flat roof is being created at the center. If we, let's say, just intensity and XYZ, let's try the tangent. No, XYZ object. Let's try this one. No. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create another spherical field. So I'm going to hold down Control and drag it. So now we have a copy, and we are going to use this in the displacer instead of the same field. So I'm going to go and delete the first one, and let's say spherical field 2, go to displacer, and I'm going to add it here. So that way I have a separate control on the plane and this clones. So let's select this guy, and no, doesn't seem to work. Let's go back to displacer object, go back to intensity. The whole thing has stopped working because of, yeah. I'm just gonna delete the displacer and start over, okay? Because I think I have made a mistake somewhere in between. So yeah, I think what you have seen is that you will hit a lot of roadblocks, and you basically just rewind a little bit and start over. Displacer, make it a child of plane. I'm going to go back to shading, right click and paste the noise. Go to the object mode and minus 200, let's say. There you go. And how do I make this flat? Fields, spherical field. Displacer field and invert, so that, yep, there you go. Well, I'm not able to figure this out with using this field. What are we going to do is we're going to use another way to achieve it. So let me first bring this down, like adjust this so that it's covering all of the object. Yeah, there you go. That's a little bit better. And I'm going to click on this plane and I'm going to press C. That way now it's editable. Okay. And gonna right click on it and say connect objects plus delete. So now what we have ended up with is this fixed final, like hard surface of the plane. And now I'm gonna go to mesh, sculpting tools, brushes, and draw. And what's happening? Got stuck. Yeah, there you go. And I'm gonna just manually bring it up by painting on it. Okay. So there are multiple ways of doing the same thing. If I spend a little bit more time with the factors and fields, I will probably able to figure this out. But now I don't want to spend a lot of time doing that. So I'm just going to use an easier way, which is, and I'm just going to sculpt it and switch to point mode and press F2. So I go into the plan and I'm going to press 0 and bring these points back inside. I'm gonna press T, scale, and make them in the straight line. Select these guys. So 0 allows me to switch to rectangular selection. So I can select this, press T and scale them. Press F1 again. Okay. Yeah, I could, if I spend more time on it, I can do a better job with this for sure. Maybe if I select these like that and press T, and this will kind of flatten them. And now I will lift them up. There you go. Cool. And in this area also could use some work. So Shift C, let's say, and say type draw, and we bring back our sculpting tool. I'm going to hide the cloners. And so if I just click and paint on it, it will lift the object up or the points up. But if I hold down Control and paint, it will kind of lower them. Let's bring back the cloner. There you go. Now you can see it's still a little bit polygonal and not a smooth surface. So I'm going to create a subdivision surface and drag the plane inside of that. And now you see we have a much smoother roof. You can spend more time on this and make sure that the cubes don't intersect through the roof. But you can just lower it a little bit. Yeah. And let's give it a thickness so that we are closing this gap between the cubes and the plane. So for that, we go to the subdivision. I mean, hold, like left click, hold, and you will see this panel. And we click on cloth surface. The cloth surface is very good at giving thicknesses. We don't want subdivision, so I'm going to click 0 and make this subdivision surface child of cloth surface and go back to cloth, thickness 20 centimeters or 50 centimeters. There you go. Now it has given this thickness. So if I switch to display garage shading, you will see they kind of merge, not perfectly, but that's the method I've used here. But you will see that these edges are quite clean. So the way I did that was, if I switch back to garage shading lines, I'm going to disable the cloth surface and press C. So the subdivision surface is exploded. And now I have this plane. Switch to the polygon mode, select all of them. And I'm going to hold Control and drag this up. So that will perfectly lift them up vertically. But you see, I lose the underside. So I'm going to undo it and let's make a copy of it. And now go back to the original, go to polygon mode, Control, drag up. There you go. And now you can select these two and right click, connect objects plus delete. So now they are one object. Okay. So that way you have these cleaner edges. One drawback is that now you can no longer adjust the thickness. With the cloth surface, though, you can adjust the thickness. So I would say when you are building your model, use as much parametric tools as possible so that you can go back and forth between like various results. But once you explode these objects, then they kind of become like hard surfaces. Then you have to manually work with them, and it's kind of pain to do that. Anyway, so we have this basic structure ready. Okay, you can go ahead and add a glass maybe. So I can quickly just click on the cube, go to the plan by pressing F2, and I'm just gonna click on these yellow dots, which are like handles, and just create this enclosure. Press F3 in the side elevation, bring it down, press F1, and cube. I'm gonna go to the basic tag and display color custom. I'm gonna give a blue color so that we can differentiate it with the rest of the object, and click X-ray so that way we know that we can see through. I'm gonna press C to explode it and switch to polygon mode and delete the top surface and the bottom surface. Perfecto. And go to the point mode, go to the side elevation, select the top points, drag it up, press F1. Okay. And now what I can do is go to the edge mode and press ML, which allows me to create the rings ML. Okay, shortcut. And now I create one here, one here, one here, one here. Okay. So if you press M, it will give you this list of commands that are associated with key M. And if you like, you can use these various other shortcuts to, access these various commands. So ML gives me the path cut or the loop cut. You can, if I move my mouse, I will lose the list, so I cannot point to the exact command, but I encourage you to go through this. So ML allows me to add these like extra lines. And now if I go to the point mode and select this top point and bring it down, this one is okay. Bring this down, bring this down. Okay. So now you can adjust your glass to match your roof. Again, I will switch to the edge mode, ML, and it gives me this edge in between. If I click on this bar on these 3 points, it will position this edge right in the middle. If you click plus, it will give me 2 more, and you can click on them to have as many segments you want, or you can reduce them. So let's keep at 3. And now I will switch to point mode. This one is okay, and I'll bring this down. Maybe I'll need another one in the middle here. And let's bring this down. Okay. Similarly here, switch to edge mode, ML. I'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's okay. Switch to point mode, and it's cool. There you go. Okay, so we have our glass. And now the terrain. Now the terrain creation is another fun part. Let's do that. So I'm going to create a plane and switch to scale, press T, and just drag on the screen anywhere, and it will basically scale in all directions. Press E and move it down. Make it bigger. And we are going to use the same method that we used before, which was using the displacer. And displacer right here. If you cannot find it, you just type Shift-C, open the command manager and type displacer. Okay, and you can click on that. Let's make the displacer child of this plane and go to shading tab, shader, noise, and go to object tag and increase the height as much as you would like. And there you go. You have some basic form of the terrain. I'm going to click on the plane and increase the segments so that we have a nicer resolution. So 100 by 100, and now you can see it's just going crazy. So we go back to displacer, shading, noise, and increase the scale. Keep increasing. Now you see that some patterns start to emerge. Okay, I think just gonna go and input 15,000, and yeah, that's much better. So if you look at this noise, there are many types of noise. Let me click on this triangle here, and that gives us this like graphical representation of these noises. But usually what I like to use, like wavy turbulence, and now you can see it is a little bit, has some character to it. And I'll go to the plane object and create a subdivision surface and make this child of that. And now you can see your terrain is looking much better. If I click on subdivision surface, you'll see subdivision editor. Right now it's set at 2. I'll set it at 1 because I don't need a very high resolution. Be careful with this. If you increase the number too high, your computer will crash. Let's say switch to 3. I don't recommend you doing this, but you can see and our mesh is a lot more dense. I think 1 is good enough for our purposes. Okay. So let's go back to displacer, and you can keep increasing the scale until you're happy. 25,000. Yeah, that's okay. And again, now we want to create a flat area for our building, like a building pad. So we click on displacer and we go to the fields and say box field this time. And I'm going to scale the box field up. And you can see the field, the displacer is working only where the box field is applied. So again, we'll have to invert it. And there you go. You have the flat portion where the field is working. And I'm going to press E to reposition it a little bit and kind of let's select the box field here, go to the field, and you can adjust the size of it. I think we can make it bigger like that, or you can simply click on these yellow dots or the handles, and you can adjust the inner offset by clicking the grips on that. But yeah, there you go. That's how you create it in principle. Let's go back to the surface, and now actually, like, this is like a beachside scene, so the terrain kind of slopes to the front. So let's create that as well. I'm going to move this whole thing a little bit ahead so that we have a space for creating the slope. I will encourage you guys to go into the shading and scroll through different noises to see like different results that you can get. So you can see like there are a lot of interesting effects. Fire. This kernel was quite interesting. Creating these bumps. Hama, Luca. Displaced turbulence. This one is very much like sand dunes, but we were on wavy turbulence. Okay. Now let's create a sloping terrain in the front. So in the displacer, I'll go to the fields here, and we have this invert and box field working. Now we are going to layer another field on top of it, which is called linear field, which is, here it is, linear field. And I'm going to drag it to the front, and now you can see, I'm going to change the blending mode to add, and I'm going to zoom into this and click on this yellow handle to make it bigger. Okay. And shading. Oh, no, we don't need shading. We just want to stay on the linear field and rotate it the other way. Not working. Okay, I'm going to go to the fields. I'm going to disable the invert a little bit because it's throwing me off. So yeah, linear field, press 180 to rotate it. And now you can see that as I start moving the linear field, it's exactly like gradient. Okay. It is working in the area on the left. So sorry, it's working on the area on the right, and on the left, it is erasing the effect. So here what we have is we have stacked the linear field on top of the box field. So if I disable the box field, you will see, yeah, here it is like that. Okay, that works better. So I think what we should have is the linear field at the bottom, and then we add box field on the top, and then we invert it. But that doesn't work because it is inverting the entire effect. So we need to select on the box field and create a folder. And let's put the invert inside and see if that works. No, doesn't work. Let me think for a minute here. So if if you don't use these things every day, you quickly forget how they work. Box field that allows us I'm gonna turn off the invert, turn off the box field. Yeah, and now I'm gonna scroll through these options, minimum, subtract. Oh, there you go. So now we don't really need the invert anymore. Just by using box field and linear field, we have achieved the effect. Okay, so let's create these again, just so that we are, I'm not leaving you guys confused. Let's delete this linear field and box field. So we have a displacer that's, creating this terrain for us. We want to create a slope in the front, or like the flat surface, and go to displacer, create linear field. And you can see the linear field as I move it around. On one side, the displacer works, on the other side, it doesn't. So let's rotate it around, or I'm just going to enter 180 here. And I'm going to bring it to the front and drag these handles so that we have more gradual transition. Okay. Go back to the displacer. In the field section, we are going to create the box field. And we are going to say subtract and scale it up and position it under the building. Not this one, the outer one. Here you go. You can try how the different modes work. This is very much like in Photoshop, how you have the layer blending modes. In this case, we have the subtract that works for us. Perfect. Again, you can go back to the shader or the displacer shading and play with the noise and choose the terrain that you like. Okay. And let's say now this is a flat ground, but we want to slope it down. So how do I do that? So I'm going to create another displacer here. Okay. So this displacer created this terrain, but now I'm going to say Shift-C displacer, and I'm going to bring it down inside the plane. So you can use multiple different modifiers to, kind of layer them on top of each other. So I'm going to say shader, and instead of going for noise, I'm going to go for a color. And what that is going to do is lift the whole thing up or lift the whole thing down. So let's actually, keep it like -300. So it has basically moved the whole terrain down, but what we want is to have a slope in the front. So I'm going to click on displacer, fields, linear field. Okay, and I'm going to bring it here to the front, press 180. Oh, no, not that, 0. And gradually transition it like that. And there you go. If I enable or disable, you will see that now our front terrain slopes down. So we use two displacers. One displacer allowed us to create the terrain, and the other displacer allowed us to create slope. And we used fields inside them so that we can control their behavior to a certain area. Okay, it's cool. Yeah, I created this project after 2 years. Okay, so I'm going to hide the terrain for a second, and we're going to go back to the roof. Okay, so let me bring up my Instagram again, and let's look at this animation. Okay, and what you can see here is that the roof kind of folds out of nothing, and we are going to create this. Okay, earlier we created this animation where the roof just undulates at a place. but now we are gonna kind of create, like bring it out of 0. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this underside that we created and I'm gonna hide it. So how do you hide the object is you have these 2 dots here. And if I select the, like turn the top dot into red, it's hidden now. Okay. If I turn the lower dot into red, it will also stop rendering that object. Okay. Sorry, I'm not this one. This one. Yes. So let's name it roof underside. So if you hold on Alt and click here, you can manipulate both dots at the same time. You don't have to like individually work on them. So now that both of them have turned red, they are hidden and they will not render. Let's delete this cloth surface. We don't need it. Okay, so now this is going to be a little bit challenging. So let's select this cloner. Okay, and we have the shader that is doing this for us. Okay, so let's name that shader as undulations so that we know what each effector is doing. I'm going to select this shader and the cloner and press Alt G. Okay, so that's going to group them. Okay, and I'm going to name it roof. So the shortcut is Alt G. Okay. Now on this cloner, we are going to apply another effector. So this effector, it's creating the undulations. The new effector that we are going to use is going to be the plane effector. Okay. So before we use the shader effector, now we have the plane effector. And if you select the cloner and you click on the effectors tab, you will see the undulations is listed first and the second is plane. The plane effector by default has position parameters of 100. So it will lift the whole clones basically by 100. We don't want that. I'm also going to hide the class for a second. We don't need it. Go to the plane effector, scale, uniform scale, and -1. So now what is happening is basically it is scaling down each clone to nothing. Okay. If you, let's say 0 is default and press 1, it will scale them up 2. What we want is -1, which is nothing. So again, earlier we use linear field. So in the plane effector, we're going to go to field and say linear field. And now you can see that the linear field kind of controls how the scale of -1 is applied to these clones. Okay, if I move it front and back, you can see. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. Basically, we are going to animate this linear field moving from from back to the front, and the roof will kind of, show out of nothing. Okay. What I'm going to do is rotate it at an angle. Okay. And I'm going to press W, and what W will do is to give me global coordinates. Okay. If I press W again, it will give me object coordinate, or how do you say axis, object axis and global axis. Okay. So now I'm going to animate it using the global axis, because if I have the object axis, it will move at an angle. But what I wanted is to move from back to the front. Okay. So let's bring it back here, select linear field, go to coordinate of the linear field and click on this dot here. So what this dot is doing is it's recording its position here. Actually, let's click on all three. So it's recording all the XYZ of the linear field. And our time frame is at 0. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the time frame to the end or drag it. And then I'm going to bring this guy to the front. And I'm going to record these keyframes again. You can also see the path is recorded. So now if I press go to start and hit play, we'll see that the roof kind of unfolds. We don't want these undulations. So I'm going to go undulations, shading, noise. I'm gonna animation speed 0 so that they don't undulate anymore, and hit play. And now you can see that the roof appears out of nothing. Okay. You can go select plane effector, parameter, and you can also, let's say, rotation and say 360. And you will see they kind of rotate into the position as they are also scaling up. Let's add 360 in all sides. So you can see now it is creating this nice wave. Let's also turn on position. And now you'll see they kind of fall from the top. Let's actually exaggerate the effect. So let's say 500. And now you'll see like they kind of fall. But instead, you're going to say minus 200. So they kind of lift up from the bottom. Okay. Very cool effect. Let's hit pause. Now, one thing to keep in mind is like the more the cloners that you have, the slower your animation will run. So that's something to keep in mind. So maybe initially, just to test out, you can keep the cloner number smaller. And for the final animation, you can increase the cloner number again. Okay. Let's go back to this animation and play it. So you can notice that there is this like spring effect at the end. So let's work on that. So let's hit play. And in cloner, you have effectors, you have undulations, and then you have this plane effector. And I'm going to say -1 scale so that we know what it is doing. And now let's hit pause, select cloner, Shift C, and I'm going to type delay effector. Okay. And I'm going to keep it under the roof, and you can select cloner and you can see the delay effector has been added. Okay. So what delay effector does is it kind of adds this spring effect. So I'm going to go to the effector setting and change from blend to spring. And I hope this works because sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, it's working. Cool. So now you can see if I zoom in and increase the strength. And now you see it's really working very slow. So let's 50% was the right one. And you can see they kind of bounce into the place, but the effect is not that strong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create copies of this delay effector, Control C, Control V, and go to cloner, effectors, and I'm going to drag this and drop here. And now you will see you will have a much stronger effect. There you go. If I disable both of them and let's compare the difference, they kind of just fall into the place and don't move anymore. But once you bring the delay effector, you can see they kind of like jiggle in their positions. So it's kind of an interesting effect. You can keep on making these copies of these guys and add them so that you have even more stronger effect. There you go. Very cool. I'm going to reduce the size of this field. Yeah, and it's play now. Yeah, there you go. Cool. All right. So we managed to create this project. That's our terrain. I'm going to select the terrain, go to basic, and maybe give it a different color so that it's easier to spot, and hit play. Very cool. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and save this project. Design muffin and undulating roof. At the end of the seminar, I'll be sharing all these files with you guys so that you can, open them up, break them down, and learn from them. Okay. Just to reiterate, it's very important to understand the hierarchy between the cloner the effector and the fields. Okay, so the cloner comes first and it gives us these. Let me just create a new file so that I'm clear about it. The cloner comes first and you make this primitive's child of cloner. Display shading. Okay, the cloner helps us to create multiple objects. Then comes the effector, Shift C, plane effector, for example. The plane effector allows us to modify the behavior of these objects. Okay, rotation, there you go. And then it comes field, and field allow us to limit the area in which the effector is applied. Okay, here you go. Okay, so the hierarchy is the cloner comes first, then comes the effector, and then comes the field. Okay, and you can layer as many effectors as you want, and inside the effector you can layer as many fields as you would like. Okay, one type of cloner we didn't see was the object mode. So I can create, let's say, this sphere. Let's scale it up, and I'm going to switch the sphere to icosahedron. I'm going to go to cloner. Now we have the object mode. I'm going to drag, while the cloner is selected, I'm going to drag this sphere to this object field. And now you can see these cubes are being aligned to the surface of this sphere. You can see the distribution mode is surface. I'm going to switch it to the vertex. And now you can see that each cube is aligned to every vertex. The modes are edges, surface, volume. Volume will keep them inside. Okay. Another one interesting thing is on the edge, you can scale them on the edges. So there you go. If I reduce the size of these cube, yeah, there you go. You can scale them on the edge. It's kind of cool. You can animate this, you know, like 0 at 0. I can record the keyframe and then take it to the end, 100, record and hit play, and you will see they kind of, you know, scale up. So yeah, cloner object is, yeah, quite cool. I don't know if you're going to use it again today, but I hope we do. So we have kind of finished our first exercise, and let's take a 5-minute break, and we will be looking at dragon scale. Yeah, the second project, which is this one. Oh, this is the animation. Okay, but yeah, we will be creating this project, and hopefully also learn how to animate this. Although this is quite a heavy animation, so it's gonna be a little hard for us to, you know, see it in like real time. But I'm gonna show you a way around it, how to kind of cache the whole animation upfront so that it plays very smoothly. Okay, so let's come back after 5 minutes and we will learn how to make this. Thank you. Wait, there are some questions. Okay, let me see if there are questions. Wondering if there is a quick way to check exactly the same thing with changing the first object, for example, to a sphere. I mean, even like after multiple actions. I was wondering if there is a quick way to check exactly the same thing, changing the first object, for example, to a sphere. Can you elaborate on this question a little more? I have another question to ask. In the photo, the edges are very sharp. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I've already shown that. But yeah, Yarden, can you elaborate on your first question again? Maybe I missed it before. I'm sorry. So I will answer that after the break. Thank you. Is it possible to use the cache to reduce it and make it usable to game and VR? Can you elaborate? Like, what's the cache here? Or you mean cache, like CACHE? Oh, if the pattern is made of spheres instead of cubes. Yeah, that's very easy. You just create a cloner, and instead of using cube, you use sphere. So I'll just put it in the cloner. I'm gonna reduce the segments very low of the sphere, otherwise it will get really heavy. Let's switch it to icosahedron, cloner, and you go. And in the effectors, you're going to create shader effector. It's the process is exactly the same, or you're just switching the primitive from cube to a sphere. Shader parameter position 300 shading noise. There you go. You just have to switch out the although it's not going to be like give you the same effect as the cubes, but yeah, the process is exactly the same. Can you change the all project by taking after multiple stages and decide to change the initial object? Yeah, that's possible. So after the whole thing is done, let's say, yeah, so I'm gonna drag it to the end. Yeah, and now I can just remove the cube and put a sphere in it. No problem. So where's the sphere? That is, and there you go. Reduce the sphere to 20 centimeters or whatever size you like. And now if I hit play, there you go. You have spheres. The whole setup is parametric, and you can change any step at any stage you like. No problem. Does that answer your question, Yadan? Cool. Siamic, I mean cache, and I mean the animation of the cloners, as it is so heavy to be usable in real time. Yes. Okay. Let's talk about this. So I'm going to go here to a separate file, delete the spheres, delete the cloner. Oh, yeah. I'm going to switch to grid mode. And increase the size of the cube. Let's say 50, 50, 50. Here you go. Let's say 100, 100, 100. And in the shader, we have the noise. Do we have the noise? I'm just going to clear it, and I'm going to give a new noise. Scale of 5,000. Parameter. Why isn't it working? Yeah, because interesting. Yeah. So in the cloner, you can see the effector. Under the effector tab, there's nothing here. So I'm going to drag and drop the shader here. There you go. And now if I go to shading tab and press animation speed 1 and press enter, you will see it's playing real time, but sometimes it gets heavy. So what we do is we're gonna group them under a null object, and let's say animation, and I'm going to go to initial frame, right click, and say bake as alembic. Okay, so the moment you click on that, it's going to ask you, let's say, for a location where you can save this. So Okay, October, make new folder and one, okay. So it's now it has baked the cache for you. Okay, now I can disable the initial cloner. We don't need it anymore. And oh no, I think you need it. Can you try using this Alembic and tell me if it works for you? Okay, but this is the way to do it. You right click and you say bake as Alembic. Actually, bake as Alembic. Let's try bake as Alembic and delete. So let's go back. I think that will bake as Alembic and delete. Same folder, click OK. This is how you do it. Siama, please try that and let me know if it is working for you. And if there is any other question, I can answer that. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna take a 2-minute break and come back, and then we will move to the next assignment. Welcome back, guys. So what I'm gonna do now is go back to this project and going to bring back these cubes and okay. Let's turn off the and let's try to cache this. So I'm gonna right click on the roof and right click and say big as alembic and let's see what happens. Cool. So now it has created this alembic roof. I'm gonna disable all of this so that we know for sure that's not gonna work. And nothing happens. Okay. So I'm gonna delete this alembic and bring back all of that. Okay, that's working. So right click on the roof and say back as alembic plus delete and see what happens. Interesting. Doesn't happen. Oh, it's working for you, Siamak? Okay, that's good. Cool. I don't know. I'm gonna undo it. Okay, save the file and I'll be able to share this file with you. I'm gonna close this one and let's start with our next project, which is the dragon scale. So introduction to hard surface modeling and subdivision surface. And okay, let's look at the first two. Yeah, this design, I'm not a big fan of this design, I have to say, but it's an interesting exercise to learn Cinema 4D. Okay. So let's create a cube. And I'm going to press C to explode it. Go to polygon mode, delete this front and back. Or wait, let's not delete it. I'll just drag it to the end and now delete it. Now move to edge mode, press ML. You guys are familiar with ML and create these rings. Okay. Now I can press 0, move to rectangular selection, drag across and select this ring, and I can play around with it, give it any shape that I like. I'm gonna press ML again. Sorry, I apologize. Yeah, and I go to the polygon mode, select this edge and press D. D is for extrude. And I'm gonna click and drag on the screen and extrude it, or press D. You can enter the amount that you like, and you go. Move it up here. Press D again, extrude. And select this guy, press D, extrude. So basically now we are turning that cube, which was a primitive surface or primitive object, into this extruded geometry. Delete. and then select this face, D, enter, move it around, rotate. Okay, so again, to switch between move, rotate, and scale, E is for move, R for rotate, T for scale. Okay, so you can scale it up like this if you want. Switch to move, drag it to the back, ML, and create another ring in between. Switch to edge mode, select this edge. Okay. I'm going to select this one and drag it out like that. And select this guy, and this one, and okay, cool. And then I'm going to add it to a subdivision surface. And you guys are familiar with subdivision surface. It will quickly create this organic surface. Okay. But if I look at this image, you still have this like some sense of like hard corners. So how do we create those? We don't want this perfect circle. So I'm going to go to this list of modifiers, and I'm going to create on bevel. Where is bevel? That is at the bottom. Okay, and I'm going to make the bevel child of this cube. And now you can see immediately that we have hard corners. So let's disable the subdivision surface for a second. And now if I zoom in onto this edge and I increase the offset of the bevel, and you'll see that we have much nicer effect now. Let's turn the bevel on and off. And now you can see the difference. You can add the subdivisions to the bevel so that you have more sharper effect, or you can play with the distance to your liking. Okay. I'm going to disable the subdivision surface and the bevel and go back to the original cube, switch to the polygon mode and continue to model. Okay. So let's bring this down, extrude again, this guy, extrude out, move, rotate, extrude, extrude. Okay. And the tail, extrude, extrude, and delete this. I'm going to delete these ends. Okay, so I'm going to now, let's say I want to lift this top guy even higher. So I'm just going to go to front elevation, let's say. I'm going to turn off visible only and just move my selection like this. So that way this top geometry is selected. And if I now lift it up, that's not going to work because we don't want to select these guys. Now I can lift it up. Okay. Now I'm going to type UL. Now UL allows me to select these rings, loop selection rather. So I'm going to select this loop. So it has selected this, and I'm going to press E and move it underneath. Switch to the edge mode. Again, UL, and select this ring. Press E and move here. Select this edge. Cool. So we kind of have the basic geometry laid out. And I'm going to now turn on the subdivision surface and the bevel. Okay. Cool. But let's dig a little bit deeper into the bevel. So let's disable it first and disable this guy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replicate the effect of bevel, but through manual modeling. So let's go to the edge mode, type ML, and I'm going to create one ring here and here. Okay, and let's enable the subdivision surface, and you can see now we have kind of replicated this effect of bevel manually, because bevel kind of acts for the whole object. But let's say we don't want that to apply for the whole object, and we're gonna have more finer control along every edge. So I can, let's say, go in, and here I can have the bevel at, or the detail a little bit at a higher distance than compared to this edge. And now if I switch to this, you can see these corners are behaving differently. Okay, but this is a hard surface modeling for me to go back. I mean, it is possible. So I can, let's say, go to the edge mode, UL, select this and delete it. Oh, no, you see there are always troubles. No delete. We press MN. MN is a command for dissolve. Okay. You can also like right click here, and I should say dissolve. There it is. And it will dissolve that edge. UL, select, dissolve. But let's say we decide to apply bevel separately to separate edges. So let's turn on this bevel, or I'm gonna go back to this edge and go to edge mode. Let's say select this edge, and I'm going to press V, select, store selection. And now what you end up with this tag, okay, which stores this selection. And now I'm going to go to bevel and drag and drop this tag into the selection. And now you can see the bevel is only applied to that edge. Let's say you want to add another edge to this. So I'm going to double click here. So it shows you the selection. UL, select this edge and select this edge. Click on the tag and say update. Now it is storing the information of these three selections. Go back to bevel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it will automatically update, I guess. You don't have to do anything. I'm gonna turn off the work plane because I don't want to see the grid. Okay. And now you can add subdivisions, and you can see it will only work on these three edges. You can make another bevel inside and delete, like empty the selection, go to the cube, select different edges this time. Let's say that one and this top one. V, select, store selection, and bevel one, and you drag and drop this tag. And this time now you can have different settings. But you see now that even the other setting is changing because we need to give a unique name to this selection. So this one is, let's say, 1, and this thing is 2. So this bevel now will have selection 1, and this bevel will have selection 2. Now you can see they work separately. Okay. So this gives you more final control on each and every edge when it comes to bevel. And now if I enable the subdivision surface, you can see they work a bit differently. Anyway, but we don't want, what we want is basically the same effect across the whole object. So I'm going to disable these two bevels, add this one, and increase this a little bit. Perfect. And then you can go spend time and like perfect the geometry the way you like, you can spend whole day on it, but unfortunately we don't have time for that. I'm going to add one division in here so that the transition is a little bit nicer. Without that, you can see it's not too bad actually, but I still like here. Cool. Okay. So once we have the shell of the object, we are going to go in and say cloth surface. You guys are familiar with cloth surface. We used it earlier to give a thickness to the undulating roof. Same principle here. I'm going to make this subdivision surface child of cloth surface. And we don't need subdivisions, so I'm going to switch those to 0, but we're going to add thickness of 10 centimeters. And you can see the whole object has been given a thickness. You can say 20 centimeters or minus 20. Same thing, okay? Let's say minus 15. Perfect. As you can see in the project here, though, that we have these scales. So now let's work on creating those scales. So I'm going to disable the cloth surface for this process, and I'm going to select subdivision surface and press Alt G so it is grouped. And I'm going to go to Mograph and say Mo Extrude. Okay. And I'm going to drag and drop Mo Extrude into this group. And now you can see immediately the Mo Extrude is extruding each and every polygon. So let's look at the options of Mo Extrude. It has extrusion steps of 4. We just need 1. I'm going to press 1 and 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. So in the transform tab, I just scaled down the extrusion. So just let's say highlight it a little bit. So I'm gonna increase the height of extrusion, and now you can see, let's say I bring the scale back to 1, 1, 1. You can see they are just perfect cubes, but you can scale them down so that you have kind of pyramids. So now we have these scales. But let's go back to this image, and we can notice that most of these scales are of a regular size, like all of them are squarish. So how do we achieve that? Because right now you see that our scales kind of vary in size. Some of them are rectangular, some of them might be squares or narrow or wide. So how do we do that? So I'm going to disable the Mo Extrude and select the subdivision surface, make a copy of it, control drag, and I'm going to press C so that it is exploded. And I'm going to hide the main first one. And let's bring it out of the group. We don't need the selections anymore. I'm going to delete those. Okay. Select this guy and say Shift C, remesh. Okay. And remesh and make the cube child of remesh. And now you'll see it starts to kind of, rework the mesh. So you can add the density. And now you can see like you have these regular squares or basically the surface is reconstituted in these regular squares. So I'm going to say keep outline so that we don't lose the outline of this original object. Keep creases, yes, and also only quadrangles. So you don't end up with some weird squares. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have some weird junctions, but I guess that's the best thing we can do. So 400 maybe is too dense. I'm gonna bring down to 200. Even that one is dense. Let's say 100. Yeah, I think that's okay. Because remember, when we start to extrude these, it's gonna get really heavy. So I recommend you guys to kind of keep the mesh density a little bit low when you are working on it or the first time. Actually, 150% looks quite good. Okay, so okay, so I'm gonna select remesh, press C so that it is exploded now, and I will have remesh. Actually, I would recommend to make copy always so that you can always go back and hide this guy and press C, and there you go. Now let's replace this subdivision surface with this mesh or remesh and enable it, and let's unhide it, and there you go. Now extrude, and then the cloth surface. Yeah, let's not apply the cloth surface now, but let's just work with the more extrude. Now you can see all the pyramids are almost exactly same. Cool. Sorry. Sorry about that. If I go back to the main image, you can see that there are undulations taking place on this. Same principle as the previous project. We have to apply effector so that the effect is varied. So when you select more extrude, you have the effectors tab. And what I'm going to do is go back to the transform. I'm going to set this height to 0 so that nothing is happening. Go to effector, say shader, more extrude. Yeah, shader is already in there. Select shader, no scale, position. I'm going to type 20. So instead of giving the height in the transform of more extrude, I'm going to use the shader to do the same job for us. Okay. So now that we have 20, we go to the shading tab and say noise. And there you go. Now be very careful. This is going to get very heavy. Okay. Global scale 500. Yes, 5,000. Yep. Now it's starting to look a little bit there. I'm going to increase the contrast so we can see the difference between the flat surface and the undulate or the pyramids. I'm going to switch to the Gerard shading and A, so that will give us more clear idea of what's happening. I'm going to switch 5,000 to 2,500. Yeah, that's a lot better. What I would also like that this effect right now is kind of just at 1:1 proportion, but I want it to be stretched along the length of this object. So what I'm going to do is in the relative scale, this 100, I'm going to type 500. And now you can see the noise gets stretched along the length. And I'm going to bring down the overall scale so we can see it a little better. Yeah, that's a little bit better. I'm going to bring the scale down maybe to 500. Yep, that's a little bit busy. So maybe 1,000 is better. Again, this is something you guys have to spend time on it, try different scales, maybe try different noises, and go for the effect that you like. Press NB, it will bring back the lines. And let's turn on the original surface again, which is this one. Yes, that's correct. And or this one. Yeah, okay. So we are using two surfaces. One, oh no, one surface just for the scales and the another surface just for the adding thickness. So I'm going to give cloth surface to this guy. Remove the subdivisions and say -15. Okay, that's better. And yeah, this cloth surface we don't really need. There you go. Press NA. No lines. So that way now we have we have the thickness and also the scales. Cool. Now, if you go to shader, shading, animation speed, press 1 and press play. Now you'll basically these pyramids are going to start undulating. But again, now you can see this is a very heavy animation, lot of geometry to move around. So it doesn't really work. And that's when, again, the Alembic file comes into picture. So I hope now this time it works for me. Gonna make right click on this null object, right, and say, kind of lost my effect. Yeah, there it is. Right click, bake as Alembic plus delete. So let's hope it works for me this time. Now it's going to spend a lot of time calculating. So let's cancel it. And right now you see we have 90 frames. So it's going to run the calculations for all the 90 frames. So what I'm going to do is reduce the number to 30. And now I'll go right click and say bake Alembic and delete. So now that way it will do the calculations much faster. I guess we'll have to wait a minute for those calculations to run. Here you go. I hope this works. Apparently it doesn't work. I have no idea why. Maybe the shader effector should be. I'm gonna try this again. Maybe I'll make the shader effector the child of this null. Maybe that way it will. I'm gonna only bring down to 10 frames so that I can make. No, I think this is not working for some reason. I'll probably very weird. Let's go back to this is the project file that I created last night. So I'm going to see if it works in that. I click. Let's see. No idea, but this is the step to do it. There's no other way. Let's try now. Very weird. I'm gonna figure this out, and when I share the file with you, I make sure that file contains the proper Alembic settings so that it works. Let's go back to our previous file. Okay. Let's go to the, yeah. One of the things that we saw earlier in the animation was we don't run this. So in this animation, like you can see that it's simple animation speed that creates these undulations, and then you have this effect that runs from the front to the back. So let's quickly see how that happens. It's exactly, the principle is exactly same as the undulating roof that we created before. Again, more extrude, and we are going to add, or rather layer, more effectors on it. So this time I'm going to bring in a plane effector, and I'm going to say plane effector 0. Actually, let's disable the shader effector because it's really interfering with our work. So I'm going to say 100, and that's going to extrude the whole polygons by 100. But what we want to do is we're going to limit this extrusion in the front section. So fields, spherical field, and scale up. And there you go. Okay. And then in the animation, basically what happens is that I animate this field from front to back. And that's how you see that effect really, traveling through the object. Like that. Yeah, that's better. So very easy. You just go back, let's say, to 90 frames. Go to the first frame, select spherical field, coordinates, record their position, go to the last frame and drag this to the back and record the positions again. And then you can just simply play the animation. Again, very heavy. Hopefully I'll figure out how the Alembic file works so that I can share all these files with you. Okay. Cool. Going back to the hard surface modeling, I recommend you guys to spend a lot of time on it so that you can really develop the design. Because today, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to really get into the design of these objects. But I just wanted to showcase you the method of how you can do the hard surface modeling. There is one interesting tutorial that I recommend you guys on YouTube. It's called Elemenza. Okay. Elemenza Cinema 4D. Yeah. So Elemenza rather. So I think he has some good tutorials on hard surface modeling. And I mean, these are Maya ones, but he also has Cinema 4D ones. So he does have a playlist of intro to hard surface. You can, I recommend you guys watching this. He has a Cinema 4D series in this. So, and he goes really deep into the hard surface modeling tools. Okay. So I definitely recommend you guys to watch this. Okay, cool. So let's look at our list again. Using Mo extrude, we did that. Animating scales using vectors and creating Alembic file to cache animation. Okay, and now we'll move to the project 3, which is the Forester house. And that is this one. Okay. This one we will be using a lot of loft method. Okay. So before we begin, let me save this file. Scales to save, close. So I'm gonna open this file. I'm gonna go to snipping tool, search snipping tool, new. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of this. Okay. And I'm gonna say save. I'm gonna go to the press F4, go to the front view, go to that image that we just saved, or the screenshot rather. There's this guy, this one, and I'm gonna drag and drop here. Okay. And I'm going to go to view here, configure, and go to back. And this will allow me to reposition it. There you go. Okay. So now let's start making this. Okay. So usually what I do is I sketch down the ideas, and when I like the sketch, I scan it and I put it on the screen for me to trace. Okay. So the same principle, just to, Maybe if you like some image on the internet, you take a screenshot, you load it, and you can scan it. So here we have a spline pane on the left panel. And I'm just quickly going to start tracing this object. Okay. You don't really have to be like careful about it. Just quickly sketch. Once you finish one spline, press escape. Now you start with the second one. Okay. And you can see here the spline 1 is created, spline 2 is created. Press escape so that these are not selected when you are starting the new one. If one spline is selected and if you start creating a new one, it will become an extension of the spline that you have selected. So make sure that the spline, like once you finish working on a spline, you deselect it and then you start a new one. Escape. And the last one, the bottom. There you go. And now I'm going to go back to view, configure, and I'm gonna remove show picture. There you go. So we have like the basic sketch ready. I'm gonna create a rectangle here, and I'm just so that we have some idea of the size. So I go to object mode. Now we have 400 by 400. I want this to be, let's say 2000 by 2000. So that's about 20 meters tall. If you guys are comfortable using feet, let's say, so 20 meters becomes about, let's say 60 feet. So I'm gonna just say 60 FT, enter. 60 FT, enter. So you can see it will immediately calculate it into centimeters. Okay, 1800 centimeters. If you want to change the units, you go to edit, preferences, units, and then you switch from centimeters to feet, and that's it. It will now give you everything in feet. But that doesn't stop you from saying 2000 centimeter, and it will convert it into feet. Okay, you can use any input method you want. Okay, I myself prefer working in centimeters, so I'm gonna set centimeters. Okay, 2000 by 2000. Great. And let's position this. Now switch to model mode, and you can see here the position will be 1000 by 1000. Okay, if you are in the point mode, then you don't have access to these coordinate system. You have to make sure that you are in the model mode, because this is still a primitive object. Once I explode it, then it becomes a spline. Then I can go to the point mode, select this, and then I have access to the coordinate system once it is exploded. But while it is a primitive object and you want to access the coordinate system, you have to be in the model mode. Little bit confusing, but as you keep using this again and again, you will get used to it. So let's select these splines, and I'm gonna scale them up, press T, and maybe, yeah, that's better. And we will reduce this, the height to maybe 1800, and this will become 900. Okay, there you go. Okay, this rectangle is just for reference. Okay, now let's go deeper into each curve and fix that one. So I'm gonna select this spline, and I'm going to click, or let's rather select all the splines and say center axis 2. So now they all have their axis right in the middle of the spline and not somewhere in the corner. Okay, now I'm going to go to point mode, press 0, rectangular selection, and Now here I'm going to enter the size 0. So now they are all in the same line. Same with the bottom ones, 0. Let's go to the next one. So when I have, let's say, this spline selected and I'm in the point mode, and let's say if I try to select this other spline, it doesn't work. Okay, you have to switch. Either you select here or you switch to the model mode. So I press A to switch to model mode. Now I can select this other line. While you are in the point mode, all you can select is points. Okay, you cannot select any other spline. You can, though, like hold down shift and select all the splines, and now you have access to all the points. Okay, but I want to work on one spline at a time, so I'm gonna select the top ones, 0. Select this guy, point mode. Now I'm gonna select only these two and say 0. These two. Perfect. Cool. So let's look at the, go to view, configure, show picture. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move it to the side a little bit so that, you know, it's there as a reference for us. And we can increase the size. So we can now model using the reference. Perfect. Now I'm going to press F1. So we go into the 3D section. We are not going to see a reference image. If you want to see that, press F4. So you go to the front view. Okay. Now this is the top one. I'm going to just like rearrange the splines so that the sequence is, yeah, 1, 1, 2. I'm going to press down arrow and it will, you can see 3 and press down arrow and 4. There you go. Cool. So now I'm going to say Shift C, loft, create the loft object and make this first the child of loft and it will disappear. I'm going to hold down Control and make a copy and drag this away. So let's switch to the garage shading lines. Now you can see what's happening exactly. So if I disable loft, you have these two curves, and loft is basically creating a geometry between these two curves. Okay. So let's select the second curve and say loft. And this time, before I press the loft, I'm going to hold down Alt and click on the loft. It automatically becomes a parent of that curve. Okay, I'm going to do this again. Undo, select a particular curve, type loft and hold down Alt and click on it. It becomes the parent of that selected object. If you don't press Alt, it's created at the top, then you have to bring it down and then manually drag this object. So as you start using Cinema 4D more and more, like you want to speed up your workflow, so these becomes your, you know, ways to speed up your work. I'm going to make copies of these loft objects so that I don't have to create them many times. And let's drag this and select these two and put them in here. Make this one child, drag it to the back for the child and drag it. Cool. So we are starting to look like a little bit to what we want. Okay. next step would be to give them thickness. So I'm gonna select all of this and press Alt G, so they are group, and type Shift C, cloth surface. Hold down Alt. Okay, the null object is selected already. Okay, that is important. First step. Now hold on Alt, cloth surface. Now cloth surface becomes the parent of the null object. We don't want subdivisions, so I'm gonna say 0, but we want thickness, and nothing is happening. That's weird. Maybe let's try an individual one. Very weird. Plot surface. Okay, the thickness is very, very small. Okay, I'm going to type 10. There you go. Okay, because it was so small, it was not visible before. Okay, so let's go back to the top, make this null an object, child of the cloth surface, and type 15. And there you go. I'm going to remove the bulge so that we have a little bit even thickness, but still you can see there are some funny things happening. And the reason is that the loft object does not have enough subdivisions along the U. So we are going to add those to all of them. Let's say 20. And still a little bit funny. So let's try the thickness of -15, the other side. It's a little bit better. Going to add many more. Okay. But you can see the corners are always a little bit screwed up. And if we look at our image, you can see the corners are actually soft corners. So how do we do those? Is by using bevel. We have already used it before. I'm going to make this bevel, and in this group, let's disable the cloth surface for a second, and let's increase the bevel like that. Maybe add a couple of subdivisions and bring back the cloth surface. And now you see the corners are looking, a lot better. Maybe this one needs some work. So we go here to these curves. Now make sure when you're editing, you select both the curves. Okay. So I'm going to go to the press F4, go to the front view and say display shading lines so that we see the geometry. Set here, select both the curves, switch to the point mode, press MK. Now MK is line cut. Okay, before we use ML for creating lines on a polygon, but now we want to create points on a spline. So for that we use MK, which is called line cut. And I'm gonna draw a line here and it will create points for us here. Okay, again, important that we have both the splines selected, and both splines need to have same amount of points for loft to work properly. Otherwise you will have a lot of errors. Let's bring this down here. And now you can see this corner looks much better now. I'm going to select all these base points. And now you see, I don't really have an access to the coordinate system anymore because I'm working with both the curves at the same time. For that, now I'll have to work on them individually. So I select the first spline, press 0, and then the second one, press 0. Now, one way to get around this problem of working on individual splines is that you can make one spline an instance of the main one. So let's say I delete this one, select this spline, type Shift C and say instance. Okay. So instance is basically like in Rhino, for example, you make blocks, right? So you have a primary object and the rest of them are blocks. And if you modify the primary object, the blocks will automatically update. Same principle. And now they are both in the same location. So we have to make sure they are not overlapping. Okay. Now, if I modify the first one, the other one will also automatically update. Simple. But let's say I want to have kind of like, let's say if I go to this image again, and now you can see like these are not like perfect extrusions, right? They are like the surfaces are undulating. So how do we create those? Then I'm gonna select this instance, press C. So now it has become a spline again, and they are no longer connected. Okay, they are their own individual splines. I'm going to select switch to point mode. Select these points and I'm going to move it around. And now you can see the loft changes based on the profile of the curves or splines. Okay, so I'm going to select that one as well and move it like that. I'm going to make a copy of that spline and push it back. And now you can see if I press F4 from the front, like we have that geometry happening here. Okay, same happens with this second curve. Now, one thing, yes, if you notice, now the cloth surface is active. And if I now try to select this second object, it doesn't select because now it is a child of cloth surface. So if I click anywhere, all it is doing is selecting cloth surface. So I'll have to disable the cloth surface. Now I can go in and select individual objects. Okay. This can be a little bit confusing. So I'm just, trying to make it as clear as possible. Let's select the second one. Select the spline, switch to point mode. There you go. And we drag it here. Create the third spline. Now, one more thing important here in the loft is the sequence of the splines is very important. So you have these end splines and you have the middle spline. Okay. And the middle will have always be in the middle here in the list as well. If I move this to let's say the first one, now you can see what's happening. Now that has become the end spline. Okay, so the sequence is important here. Otherwise, you'll have a lot of troubles with your loft. You can see here, like the roof or the loft kind of touches the floor. So I'm going to go to the end spline, select these points of the roof, go to front and bring it down like that. Press F1 and now you can see I'm gonna reposition the middle spline a little bit. There you go. And there is this another bump in between. And so again, for that, I'm going to select all the three splines, go to the front view, switch to point mode, press MK, line cut, and I'm gonna maybe make a cut here. F1, select the front curve, no, maybe the middle curve. Select this point and pull it down. If you go to the front view, yeah, it's a little bit easier. Again, go to the front view, select all the three curves, MK, make another cut and select this point on the middle spline and bring it back up. I think we could use one more cut here. Select this point. Actually, one more cut here. And yeah, that's a lot better. Okay. Let's turn on the cloth surface, and now you can see it's starting, we are starting to get there slowly. Maybe the cloth surface could be a little bit thicker, -20. Now you see here, you have some funny edges happening. So to avoid that, what I do usually is that I'll select this front spline, make a copy of it underneath, and move it a little bit ahead. And now you see it kind of fixes that problem. If I disable it, you will see how it was before. And let's enable it. And now you have this flat edge. We are not going to model this in every detail because of it will easily take us the entire day, but I'm gonna try to do as best job as possible. Let's look at this right-hand corner here. Switch to points and select this point, and there you go. I'm gonna go to the loft and increase the V subdivision so that we have slightly smoother geometry. Yeah, a lot better. Now let's go to the third one. Again, the cloth surface is active, so I'll have to select it here in the list. I cannot select it individually on the screen. Okay, and now you see here, like there is a lot of interesting stuff happening. So let's try our best to create it. So points mode, I selected the back one and it's there. Select those points at the back and bring it down. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah. Select this point, bring it in. Then actually it will be easier to just do it here. Select this guy. Now you see I have only the back spline active. So even if I am selecting here in the front view, it's only going to select the points of that spline. Maybe only this much. Okay, that's nice. I'm press F1. I'm going to bring this spline to the front. Make a copy of it. Control drag. Okay. And F4. Okay, I think don't drag as much, just a little bit. Create another copy and drag it to the back. Press F4, turn on the points, and now I can bring this point a little up here. This down. Now you see like this interesting undulation has started to happen, and that's what we want here. I'm going to create one more copy of the curve and take it to the back, and maybe reposition these curves a little bit. There you go. And again, you see the front edge is behaving weird. So I'm going to make a copy of the very front curve. And that fixes that. What else can we do here? Okay. So the very last curve, I'm going to just pull it back a lot. Yeah, again, you can spend the whole day perfecting this model. There's a lot of work. In fact, I actually spent a month doing this, going through various combinations. So yeah, can be a lot of work sometimes. And let's go to the last one. Okay, so yeah, one thing that this curve need not be in the same plane. Okay, you can move the points front and back. I think that's totally okay. But just to keep things a little bit simple, I'm gonna keep them flat in one plane. Otherwise, you know, the points of different curves will start to overlap, and it will, like, you will easily lose control of things. So just, you know, be careful there. Let's select this guy. Again, you guys don't have to exactly follow this. You can, you know, feel free to create your own interpretations. There you go. Yeah, looking a lot better. Okay, now let's bring in these flat, thin slabs. So for that, I'm just going to create a cube. Go F4, go to the front view, drag it up here, drag the handles. And 2000, press F1 and maybe press F4. And now I'm going to control and drag it down to make copies. So one here, one here. Perfect. This guy, we are going to explode it, like by pressing C. ML, switch to the edge mode and create one ring here and another ring here. Press 0, select these edges and bring it down here. And this edge will come here. Now you see, like, this thing is really thin. So I'm just going to select these points and these points. Yeah, that's a little better. Reposition this. The bottom one, you can see the front edge is a bit screwed up. So, oh yeah, one shortcut. So if you hold Control and click on this plus sign, it will basically expand the whole list. Okay. If you hold Control and click here, it will basically collapse the whole list. But without Control, it will only do step by step. So you will have to click multiple times to reach, let's say, this spline. But with the help of Control, you can easily reach there. Okay. And let's make a, that is the front curve. Let's make a copy of that and bring it a little bit ahead to fix the front edge. Cool. Now another shortcut is, let's say you have many objects in this object, like, you know, and let's say the whole list is not visible. You have to scroll up and down to, you know, see the whole list. But let's say that let's make this even smaller so that we can make it work. Okay. Now I select this surface. Okay. But I don't see it in the list. So the way you see it, you put your cursor on the object manager and press S, and it will find that object for you in the list. Okay. Once you have thousands of objects, it's going to be very hard for you to find that particular object. So it's easier to select that object on the screen, take your cursor onto the object manager and press S, and it will find that object for you. Again, like let's say, let's select this cube, take your cursor there, press S, and it will find that object. Then you can play with the settings. Okay, very handy way of finding things. Same thing works the other way around. I select this loft, bring my cursor onto the viewport, press S, and it will find me that object in the viewport. Okay, it works both ways. Very, very handy way of doing things. Okay, cool. Now let's enable the cloth surface again. Okay, what else can we do? Yeah, this surface is in two parts. So I'm gonna press C, make it editable, switch to point mode, press 0, select these points and bring the guy here. Now control drag, so we have a copy. Actually, wait, we don't have the one here, or do we? Yeah, we have like a little bit of small piece at the end. So I'm going to select the front points, and of course, like you can make more segments in between and do a perfect job. But you know, right now I'm just gonna fudge it. Select that back one. Maybe I don't want to see that one. Cool. Now you see that we have this one surface here, which we right now we have an opening. So how do we close it? I'll go to the primitives, select create the plane, enable snap. Where is it? Not this one. Enable snap. Yeah, you click down here, enable snap. The shortcut to enable and disable snap is Shift S. Okay. Now I'm not sure if that is the default shortcut or the one I created, but you see Shift S, enable snap. There it is. Shift S. That will, now I can select this plane, press E, move, and bring it here. It doesn't matter where it is in the scene. I don't have to find it. All I have to do is enable snap, press E, click somewhere. It will catch, the cursor will catch that object and bring it here. Of course, if you want to find it, you press S and it will take you to that object. But you know, we don't want to do that. You just bring it here, select the plane, segments 1, 1, then orientation plus X plus Z, yeah, plus Z. I'm going to position it here, press C, explode or make it editable, and switch to point mode. Bring it here. Basically close this opening. Then I'm going to press ML and create. Now you see like a little bit funny stuff is happening because it's trying to snap in the back. So I'm going to press Shift S so that I don't have that interference. Create one here, switch to the point mode, and I'm going to pull this back. That's how it's kind of working there. There you go. And I'm going to put this into subdivision object. Now you see, once I put it in subdivision surface, the corners also become soft, which I don't want. So in the subdivision type, I'm going to switch it to open subdivision here. And boundary interpolation from edge, I'm going to say edge and corner. So now you see these sharp corners remain sharp, but only the surface in between becomes, you know, higher resolution or subdivided rather. Okay, very handy. And same thing I'm going to do with this cube. I'm going to make it editable, ML, switch to the edge mode. One here, one here, one here. I'm gonna drag it back. ML. Again, I can switch between the object axis or the world axis. I will switch to world axis and position that there. Perfect. You can choose to subd this or not. Yeah, see, for this one, it's not working for some reason. I guess I'll just keep it like this. If you really want to clean this one, I would just create more segments. Try to divide it into as many as possible so that you have a smoother transition. There you go. Same thing with this guy. And see here, you have the pack. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to simply copy this guy down along with the subd. Let's move F4. Bring it here, select the plane, point mode. Okay, I know I'm going very fast here because, otherwise we will not be able to finish. I apologize for that. It's going to be hard for you to keep up, but I encourage you guys to go back to this later on and, watch it. I'm going to scale this only in the X direction. Press F1. Select this point. Yeah, something like that. Not perfect, but we are almost there, I guess. I would say we should stop at this point. Maybe we can add a lot more detail. Like you have another surface here. You have another small geometry there. You can add the glass glazing. I think I already showed you in the previous project how to add glass. Same method. You can see here this corner is a little screwed up, so I'm gonna go in here. Now I can't again because now I can't just select and press S here to find that because the cloth surface is active and you cannot select the children. So I will disable the cloth surface, select this surface. Now I go here, press S. Now, even though the cloth surface was collapsed, it kind of finds the object for me. It will expand the list and find that object. So let's select all the curves, switch to the point mode, MK, and bring this guy down. Now we have a nicer corner. Cool. It's tiring. I think we have done a good job here. You can maybe make the copy of this curve and really stretch it back. That's better. Cool. I'm gonna save the file and say folding plate house, or actually this one is Forester house. Cool. Save. So we are also going to render this project, but we are going to come back to Octane render towards the end. So this was just a modeling session for this project, but then we are going to see some more exercises in between, some weave cylinder, contouring an object, bones, particle geometry. Yeah, like these are relatively small exercises, project 4 to project 8. Hopefully we can wrap them up in like another maybe 1.5 hours, 2 hours, and then we're going to spend proper 2 hours on rendering the Forester house. Cool. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We have already been through 3 hours of this session. Time flies. Yeah, give me 5 minutes and then we can start with the next project. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, please post questions in between. So, I can answer them when I come back. Hello again, everyone. Yes, let's look at some questions. Can you make the extrusions loft to a specific distance? Yes. So let me disable the cloth surface. Let's select this guy. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this loft and click on this I button up here, viewport solo. What it will do is it will hide all the other objects and we can only focus on that object. Okay. Very handy way of doing it. I have a shortcut set at Control Shift S. So again, Shift F12, solo. So viewport solo. I can add Control Shift S, and now I can quickly toggle between that object and the whole geometry. Okay, so let's look at this particular loft. So we have these three curves here. Oh, doesn't show these curves because, okay, let me bring back the whole model. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to middle click on the loft. So what it does is it selects the parent and the children. The other way of doing it is just draw a rectangle here so that you select all of them. If you only select the loft, the parent, it does not necessarily select the children. So I'm going to select this, and after you select these four objects, I press Control Shift S. Now it will also show me the curves here. There you go. Extrusion to a specific distance. So now it all depends on the position of this curve in the coordinate system. So now, right now, you see this one is -26. Let's say it bring it to 0. And let's say we want this curve to be 500 centimeter from that. And there it is. This one, let's say 1000. There you go. Okay, so that way you can specifically define the distance between the curves and in turn the loft. So now the whole size of this loft is 1000 centimeter. You can see here. The other way of doing this easily is, let's say I'll go to modeling settings here, quantize, and now the moment is set to 5 centimeter. Let's say I set it to 100 centimeters, and let's say we delete these curves, or let's not delete them. Let's kind of copy them outside, and I'm going to disable them, and I'm going to delete the ones inside so that I don't lose these ones. Okay, and now I can control and drag these, and while you're dragging, hold shift. So now it will start to snap at the intervals of 100 centimeter. So now this is 5. If you leave it, now we have the copy. Again, control shift, drag. But you see something weird starts to happen. So do not hold control shift at the beginning. You start the dragging first, and then you hold control and shift. And now you go. Okay, so it creates them in the multiple of 100. Let's delete that. Let's create it again. You see, it matters where you start holding the shift, and then it will now start to kind of, how do I explain this? Wait, I'll hold shift first, start dragging. No, it doesn't work. You kind of have to like press control shift and this axis at the same time so that it will work well. If you just hold control shift before and start dragging, it doesn't work. Yeah, it's like it'll require a little bit of practice, but now you can see you can precisely control the extrusion of your loft. I hope this answers your question. Let's say after you have finished the loft and you explode it. Okay, now you no longer have access to individual curves, but this entire surface. Now you can adjust the size from here. So it was 1200 before, you say 500, and now it's smaller. Again, this one will depend on where your coordinate is located. So now the coordinate is here. So if I type 500, it is gonna change the width based on the location of this coordinate or the axis. If I position this axis to this side, let's say, and now if I type 500, it's going to go the other way. So those things are important. Okay. Cool. I hope I have somehow answered this question. I'm going to delete these copies and I'm going to bring back our previous curves in that and enable it. And I'm going to turn off the viewport solo so we see the whole model. Cool. Bring back the cloth surface. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this loft into a new file and I'm going to show you something interesting. Okay. NB. So let's delete these guys and I'm going to create a copy. Yeah, let's just keep 2 curves for this particular task. And I think let's look at this animation. And you guys might wonder like how I created this animation. So let's quickly look at that one. So it's all about controlling the growth of these curves. So the curve has to grow from 0 to the end. And the way we do that is using Mospline. So if you click on this Mograph here, you'll see like they have a cloner, matrix object, Voronoi fracture, Mo instance, Mospline. So these are all part of the Mograph tools, which are also available here. Okay. So now we are using the Mospline, and Mospline, you have object, you go to here in the mode, you say spline mode and spline, and we say source spline. So now it is creating a spline. I hope I'm right about this. Source spline here. Yeah, it is. There you go. So now that spline is created based on one of these splines. Okay, so I'm going to create a copy of this Mospline and I'm going to add the other one here. There you go. So now with the Mospline, I can go to object and you can see I can control its growth. You cannot do that to your original splines, but to most splines you can. So again, I'm going to delete this. Let's do this again. Mospline. Switch to spline mode. Go into the spline tab and drag and drop your source spline here. We'll create a copy of this and put this other one. And now I can go to frame 0, go to object mode. I'm gonna bring it to 0, record it. And let's reduce, let's say to 50 frames. Go to the last frame, grow to 100% and record it. So now if I play, you'll see. And now if we turn on the loft and make these children of the loft, you'll see our surface is growing. And this is the exact same method I used for this. Of course, these splines in our case, I'm using them like exactly same splines, but you can have them, you know, basically if I modify this guy, let's say, and now you can see your spline will grow accordingly. You can keep on editing it, you know, even while the animation is running. It's pretty cool. All parametric setup. And then you can go ahead and say cloth surface. Cloth surface, I'm gonna say subdivision 0 and thickness of 50. You can even select this loft and give it a subdivision surface so that we have a smoother edges, smoother corners. You can see them here. And as we did before, I'm going to switch the subdivision mode to open subdivision. Click edge and corner. So you can see these ends are always sharp. I don't want the entire object to be, like soft edges. And now I can play, and I can still go back to this point and I can play with it. And the whole setup will adapt to it. That's what I like about Cinema 4D. The whole setup is parametric, and you can modify it at the beginning or after you finish the whole setup. It's pretty cool. Now you can notice here that this thickness kind of snaps up and down. Now that's something that we have to live with. It's a little bit unfortunate. Basically what is happening is, let's go to the final form. If I select the loft here, and you can see flip normals. So if I like toggle on and off, you can see the thickness kind of switches like from minus to plus. And basically that this normals are calculated based on the curvature of the surface. So what's happening here is that when you are running the animation, the surface here, you see it's right now flat, but the moment it crosses over, its curvature starts to change. And now you see like now it has changed enough that now it flips to another side. So this is something that is a little bit of like a trial and error. I have to constantly fiddle with these splines to adjust their curvature so that it doesn't flip back and forth. So even though this setup is so easy, it took me really long time to set up this animation so that I'm avoiding that constant flipping of normals. Oh, and you see the scales that's happening. It is exactly the same process of the scales project that we saw earlier. I used the Mo extrude, and Mo extrude helped me to take control of every polygon, and I applied the shader effector, and then the linear fill allowed me to kind of create this wave. Cool. I hope you guys are enjoying this, and I encourage you to spend a lot of time and experimenting with these things so that you can create your own cool animations. Cool. Let's save this folding plate animation. Cool. Okay, now I think we have to speed up a little bit. Let's look at the weave cylinder. Yeah, this is a easy and quick one. So I'm gonna create a cylinder. Press NB to see the edges, and I'm going to reduce the rotation segments to 8, height segments to 3, and height to 150. And I'm going to lift it up to 75 so that it sits on top of our ground. And I'm going to, like earlier, we used the Mo extrude. Now we're going to use PolyFX. And I'm going to make PolyFX a child of cylinder and go to transform and say 0.9, 0.9, 0.9. And now you can see what happens is PolyFX gives us a control of every polygon. Okay. The Mo extrude also did the same, but it allowed us to extrude each polygon or the face. Here, the PolyFX allows us to scale it down, scale it up, or rotate it, or move it out, or in whichever way you like. Here, all we want to do is kind of scale it down. Let me actually show you what we are going for so that you guys are not walking in the dark. Okay, this is what we are creating. Okay, it's a pretty cool effect. It's kind of like the weave effect that you can create with using the PolyFX and atom array. So atom array I'm going to make this cylinder a child of that. And now you can see it creates these cylinders and spheres. So we're going to reduce this size of this. So 0.5 sphere, and cylinder will be like maybe 0.2. And I'm going to switch to display shading so that we don't see too many lines. And I'm going to also reduce the subdivisions to 4 because that way the model will be very light. Okay. Now I'm going to make a copy of this control track, and I'm going to delete the polyFX completely. So now we have two setups going on. So I'm going to select this one, go to basic, display color custom, and I'm going to make it red so that you can clearly see what is happening. So in this first setup, we have just this cylinder, and its edges are being traced by the atom array. And then in this second setup, we have polyFX scaling down each face. Okay. And let's give it, let's say, green color. Cool. And I'm going to go to the garage shading. Cool. Okay. So now in both these setups, what I'm going to do is in this first cylinder, I'm going to type Shift C bevel and hold down Shift and select bevel. So now what happens is the bevel automatically becomes a child of the cylinder. Okay. Earlier we learned that if I type bevel, if I hold down Alt and click, the bevel will become the parent of the cylinder, but we want it to be the child. So Shift click, so now it becomes the child. Okay. And we are going to switch the bevel from edge mode to point mode. So it is only working on the points. Earlier, we were using edge mode all the time, but we want the point mode. So increase this distance. Yeah, 3 centimeter, that's pretty good. And we are also going to bring this bevel to this guy, but we don't want it to confuse with the polyFX. So what I'm going to do is cylinder. I'm going to press Alt G, so it is grouped. And I'm going to copy this bevel inside this group next to the cylinder. So bevel works in 2 ways. One is if it is a child of an object, or if it is grouped with that object. Okay. So now you can see here, we have these nice transitions going on in the corner. Okay. You can see here. Cool. Okay. So I'm gonna turn off this first setup, and what I'm just to less information to look at. And I'm gonna copy the cylinder out and delete the polyFX. And I'm going to make it a little bit smaller, 48, and let's say 148. And I'm gonna give it a color. Maybe. Yeah, okay. So now we can clearly see what's happening. Okay. Otherwise it gets confusing without it. That's better. Cool. So now this whole setup, this cylinder, let's apply cloth surface to it. Let's see what happens. There is a lot of trial and error here. Yeah, there it is. Cool. So what the cloth surface does is it brings this subdivisions. Okay. Here we want to use it for subdivisions. Previously, we used it for giving it thickness, but all we want is subdivisions here. So if I create one more subdivision, there you go. And now if I go to bevel and reduce this distance up, something crazy is happening. So let's click here, 2, 1. Now you see what's happening exactly. Okay. So we have this setup where, let's say, look at this outermost setup. There are 3 layers. There is the densest mesh here. Then there is this second mesh here, and then there is this third mesh here. So there is a layering of effects taking place. So we need only one subdivision here. That's cool. And I'm gonna bring this up. This bevel is here. Increase this distance. I'm gonna copy this bevel again. Now be very careful when you're using bevel. If you throw these numbers, like big numbers here, it's gonna crash your computer. So go very slowly. So I'm gonna reduce this and I'm gonna switch to the edge mode. And let's increase the subdivisions. And nothing is happening because of this threshold angle. I'm going to reduce that angle. There you go. Now this is going to be a little hard for you to follow because there are a lot of confusing steps. So what I'm going to do, recommend you guys, is just to observe. And when I share this file with you, you can really tear it apart and, see all the steps. And, that will be very helpful for you. So cool. So again, I'll turn off this bevel and we go to the first bevel. And what it is doing is it's creating the bevel around the points at a distance of 4 centimeters. The next bevel is going to create bevel around these edges. Okay. And it has a subdivision of 1. And you can increase the distance and maybe add more subdivisions. Very cool. So I can go back to the first bevel and maybe increase this distance. And go back to the second one, maybe add one more division. Very careful here, okay? Please don't throw big numbers. Go step by step. Otherwise, your computer is going to crash. So now we have this outermost setup almost. Maybe we can like tighten this a little bit more. Maybe this distance goes up a little bit. Yeah, that looks nice. Maybe, yeah, okay. Cool. So now I'm going to copy this setup again. Okay. And I'm going to go to give this a different color so that we see it better. Okay. This polyFX, the previous one, I'm going to give here, let's say 5 centimeters. So it comes out. Maybe not 5, maybe 2.5 is enough. That's better. And in this case, I'm going with the second one, the blue one, I'm going to delete the bevel. And the second bevel, just have the first one, go to the cloth surface and increase the subdivision. Okay. And reduce the bevel size. So if I go to the reference image again, now we are creating this middle layer. Very cool. Maybe increase distance a little bit. No. Create the second bevel. Control drag. Switch it to edge mode. We don't want to use angle. And reduce the distance to maybe 1 centimeter. I think maybe 0.5. Yeah, that's nice. 0.7. Yeah, even better. Go back to the first bevel, maybe increase the distance. And okay, actually it's pretty heavy. So 1 centimeter. So you can keep on basically make it as heavy as you want. But again, be very careful. But yeah, it looks pretty cool. Let's reduce this gap a little bit. So we go to the green object and go to polyFX, maybe say 2 or sorry, maybe 1.5. And for the blue object, I'm going to go to polyFX and say 0.75. There you go. And now we're going to create a third one. And I'm going to give it the color, maybe red something. Yeah. And I'm going to go to polyFX and reduce this to 0. So now we have clear 3 layers going on. The bottom layer is 0, the middle is 0.75, and the green is 1.5. Again, I'm going to delete the second bevel. And here I'm just going to go to cloth surface and keep on adding subdivisions to create that dense mesh at the bottom. Cloth surface. Level. I think that should be enough. Yeah. And we bring back this guy. And that's it. So this is the whole setup. You can also see to the top, we didn't really have to look at it, but it automatically got created. It's a pretty cool effect. I think let me show you some examples that are created using this method. So yep, this one is created using that. This guy, of course, then you can see the spheres here. I've created those using the same method. This method looks pretty neat. These ones at the vertexes, yeah, those are pretty cool. Let me show you that. So here we use the cloner object. So I create a cloner object, switch to object mode, and I'm gonna put cylinder in the object, and I'm going to bring a platonic object, and I'm gonna make it a child of cloner. And platonic object has to be really small, maybe 2 centimeters. And I'm gonna switch the cloner distribution to vertex. And now you see these platonic objects are placed at the corners. Cool. Yeah, that's like the whole setup. So let's save this object and move to the next one. So weave cylinder. Contouring an object. Okay, this is quite fun and easy. So for this one, we are going to learn another tool called Volume Builder. Now, this is a very powerful tool in Cinema 4D. So let's see how that works. So let's create a cloner object. I'm going to make a cube, and then I'm going to make a cylinder, and to make a platonic object. And now you can see they're all 3 children of the cloner, and they are being repeated 3 times because the cloner mode is in the iterate, but if I switch to random, it's going to place them at random. So let's increase the grid. Yeah, so you can list different objects under the cloner, and they will kind of like, you can have a blend mode, or you can have the sort mode, but most of the time I myself see using the iterate or the random mode. Okay, so let's switch to the linear mode, and maybe, okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the volume builder, okay, and make the cloner of a child of volume builder. And now you see immediately these objects kind of got pixelated, and basically what it has done is built 3D pixels or voxels, okay, of the size 10 centimeter. I can reduce the size so that it becomes a little bit, sharper looking. And what it is basically doing is it's putting a skin around these objects that are its children. So I'm going to go ahead and say measure, volume measure, and I'm going to make volume measure a parent of volume builder. And you can see it has kind of created this mesh around it. But it gets better. So if I reduce this distance between these cloners, now you can see these objects, they start to merge. And now it is one single object. So it's like one skin that is basically encompassing all of these individual objects. You can explode this at this point and put it in a 3D printer, and it will basically print this out as one object. Okay. Cool. So let's go select the volume builder. And as I told you before, you can control the voxel size, let's say 20, and that's going to give you a very rough shape. But as you make it smaller and smaller, the resolution is going to get better and better. Again, be very careful. Don't throw a very small number. Let's say I say 0.1. It's going to warn you. The voxel size may have a long calculation time, and you cancel at that point. So when you are going to reduce the size of the voxels, do step by step, like 1.5, 1. But I mean, this is already very, very good. I don't need to reduce it so much. So I'm going to just put it 5 for our purpose. And I'm going to increase this distance again. Okay. And go to volume builder. And now you can, in the volume builder, you can add this, let's say, smoothing object, and it will start to smooth out the edges. But the most interesting one is the close and open. And this close and open is going to, let's say, like 5 centimeter. If I type 50, it will start to blend these objects, even if they are not connected. So let's increase this distance even more. And now you see it's like kind of stretching itself to reach these objects. You can say 100, and it will create even bigger blend. Okay. So now let's start to use this in applications. So I'm gonna like hide this cloner object. Okay. Let's look at this measure and builder. I'm going to select volume builder and go to the fields. Earlier we used the linear field or the spherical field or the box field, but this time we're going to use a random field. And I'm going to make random field a child of builder. And now you can see basically the random field is a bunch of noise, and now volume builder is putting a skin around that noise. And if I select volume builder and I select random field here, it shows you that the creation space is a box, and the size of that box is at 100 by 100 by 100. So let's say 400 by 800 by 400. So now we have this. Oh, I think I crashed my computer. No, okay, there you go. So first thing we'll do is increase the size of the voxel so that computer has easier time calculating. And now I can go to random field here and increase the scale of this noise. So 500, maybe 2000. Yeah, that's starting to look interesting. And now you can play with the seed so that you like, you have the combination that you like. One thing that gets confusing here is when I select the volume builder and I see this random field here and I select it and I see the size options here. Okay. But if you select the random field here in the object manager, you see the noise options. Okay. Very important, because sometimes people will try to select this random field here and they expect to see the noise options here. It doesn't work that way. You have to select it here. You can switch between different random modes, and you have the noise types. You can, play with whatever you want. Okay, so let's say we go back to the default noise. Where is it? Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, blister turbulence. And I can play with the seed. Yeah, that's okay. And now I go to the volume builder and create, reducing the voxel size. Cool. So what we are aiming for here is this thing. Okay. So we're almost like halfway there. Basically, this geometry is created using volume builder and the random field. And then I use Voronoi fracture to create these steps. So what I'm going to do now is reduce this voxel as much as possible. Actually, this noise is not very convenient for this use. So I'm going to switch to nope, not this one. Not this one. Okay, I'm just going to create the field again, random field, because the default noise is, I guess, just the easiest one to work with for this application. 400, 800, 400, and oh, it's the Perlin noise. That's the default one. Okay, 500. Or it's taking a while to calculate because we have reduced the size of the voxels. Okay, this is much better. Okay, let's use this guy. And I'm going to say click on volume measure, right click, current state to object. So it's going to keep the original setup, but plus it's going to give us an editable or edited or rather exploded object. Okay, so I'm going to hide the original setup. We can actually delete these cloners. We don't need those. And I'm going to throw this in Voronoi fracture. Okay, hold down Alt and it comes out as a parent. And we go to, yeah, if we look at this under the cloner, we have this Voronoi fracture right here. Okay, earlier we used Mospline, MoExtrude, PolyFX, and now we are going to use Matrix along with this Voronoi fracture. Let me disable the matrix for a second, and let's look at this Voronoi fracture for a second. We'll go to the object mode, and not object, let's say go to the sources and select the point generator. Point amount, let's say if I enter 100, it's going to Voronoi fracture it basically to those 100 points. And at this point, let's say if I throw simulation tags, rigid body, okay, and if I create a ground underneath and say right click here, simulation tags, collider body. And what I'm going to do is Voronoi fracture. I'm going to reduce the number of points a little bit, otherwise it might crash. Gonna hide the work plane, okay, and hit play. And now you will see basically Voronoi fracture breaks down our object. And by applying the rigid body tag, which is a simulation tag, and the collider body, which becomes our ground, we have this, cool simulation. Okay, there is one question, but I'm going to first finish the Voronoi fracture setup and then I'll come back to that question. Yeah, let's look at this rigid body a little bit in detail. So I can increase the bounds, let's say 50%, and it doesn't really too much, let's say 500. And now you'll see that they really like bounce off the screen. 100%, maybe 50%, no, 80. Yeah, you can see like they really kind of bounce off. Let's reduce the friction to 0. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, some cool simulations that you guys can try. Okay, that was a quick preview, but let's go back to our matrix object. So I'm going to select Voronoi fracture, look at the source, and I'm going to delete this source. And I'm going to use the matrix object as a source here. Okay. And let's enable the matrix object. And switch to linear mode. Wait, I have to delete the simulation tags. Yeah, okay. So the matrix object here, because we have 3 counts, let's increase the number of counts. And now you can see that the Voronoi fracture will break our object, basically slice it horizontally. Let me create this again. Okay, so we have the Voronoi fracture, we have the source, we had a point generator before, which kind of created this random breaks. But what we want is this horizontal slicing. So I'm going to delete this point generator and create a matrix object. So matrix object, what it does is basically only creates points. So it's right now giving us a grid of points, or we can have a linear setup of the points. It's different than the cloner object. Okay, it can be a little bit confusing. So just to keep in mind. So Voronoi fracture, I'm going to drop the matrix object as a source. Switch to linear mode, and let's say 20. And press 0. So no, not 0, 50. I'm going to go to the front elevation and drag this matrix object down so that it starts from 0. There you go. And you can reduce this distance and increase the count. Okay, there you go. At this point, we can simply go ahead and explode this object. Okay, Voronoi fracture, current state to object. Again, it will keep our original setup, but it will give us this list of objects. So you can actually go and select an individual one here, okay, which we don't want. So I'm going to middle click on this parent. It will select all the children, right click, connect objects plus delete. So what you're going to give is this various tags, selection tags, and that do different stuff. But what we want is this edge selection that stores this information of these horizontal contours. And I'm going to say Shift C, edge to spline. And it is going to convert that selection into spline. Now we can go and hide this object, and you can see we are left with all the splines. So I'm going to say Shift C and extrude object. And I'm going to hold on Alt and click on it. So it becomes a parent. So let's go to Gerard shading. And now you can see we are kind of getting there. So the spacing between the splines was 25. So I'm going to reduce the extrude to 25 as well. There you go. And now let's go to caps. And you can see we already have the caps turned on, but it's not working. That is because the splines, they are open splines. So let's select a spline and say close spline. And now you go. You have these. You have contoured this object. Cool. So of course, a lot depends on what kind of noise you're using. So you can see here, this one looks quite nicer because I spent a lot of time going through a lot of different noises and finally settled on the noise that I like. Okay. And that's how you create this. So again, I'm going to save this file. Contour object. Okay. And I have the whole setup in this file. So I encourage you guys to go back and, dig through this file properly. So let's close this, and I'm going to look at that question. So if there is a bunch of objects, is there a way to do a random selection in C4D? Well, are you saying that you want this random selection inside the clones? Is that what you're saying? Can you be more specific with your question? Because let me show how to do that inside the clones. So you have this cloner object, and I'm going to, let's say, put spheres in it. And we have, let's say, 10, 10. Right. So now if I select this cloner object, go to transform and say display index. So now it shows us numbers. So let me change the color to red so we can see these numbers clearly: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have these like 0 to 99. Okay. Now you can go to Mograph and say Mograph selection. And I can go in and select this object, for example, or that object, and like randomly select this, the way you want. Okay. And it will save this selection here under this tag. Okay. Let's set the color back to gray because it's hurting my eyes. And now if I type plane effector, so the effector is applied. Okay. But now I select this plane effector, select to the effector tab, and you have this selection. I can drag and drop this tag here. And now you can see the plane effector is only applied to those individual objects that we selected before. Okay. Just a one way of doing random selection. Before we also looked at using fields. So if I create a spherical field, the selection will only apply to those objects that fall into the fields. But now you can see it's working with the tag, with the selection tag. So if I remove this selection tag, now you see it will apply to all these objects. I can go ahead in the fields and I can say shader field. And in the shader field, I can go and apply noise. Let's say there is. And I can say minimum. And now you can see it is working with the spherical field. You can browse through different blending modes: minimum, subtract, multiply, overlay. This is basically like trial and error until the result that you like. Now, I'm not sure whether I have answered your question because I think I need more information on your question. But random selection. Yeah, like again, you want to do it inside the cloners. This is how you do it. I would say the shader effector or the shader field is the most effective way of doing random selection, because you can, just apply this random noise and it will randomly pick up things for you. Okay. Now, one thing that you guys might get confused with is the shader field and the shader effector. So inside the cloner right now, I have the planar effector, and the planar effector is being controlled by the shader field. But you can achieve the same effect by, let's say I disable this plane effector, go to cloner and type shader effector. And I can give it a noise. And basically that's how we created the undulating groove before. So yes, there are multiple ways of doing the same thing in Cinema 4D. Okay, let me close this file. Let's move to the next bones. And then we have some particle geometries. Okay, we have to speed up on these. So the bones is the same setup that we had before. So I'm going to start with the volume builder, make a cloner, a child of it, and I'm going to draw a curve here like that. Now let me show you what are we making first so that you guys are clear. We are making this one. Okay. Not as complicated as this one, but I will show you the process behind it. Inside the cloner object, I'm going to put a cube, maybe a torus, maybe a like cone could be nice, and maybe also a platonic object. There you go. And now you can see the volume builder is already doing its job, like putting skin around them. But I'm going to go to cloner and say object and switch the mode to object mode. And I'm going to drop this spline. And now what it is going to do is basically clone these objects along the spline. I'm going to select all these objects, press T, scale, and like make them smaller because we don't want them to be so big. And you can go in and increase the number count. So we have more of them. That's cool. And in the cloner, I'm going to type Shift C, symmetry and symmetry. So now it is, we have a mirror of the cloner object. The spline, I'm going to move like further or closer. You see, the whole setup is parametric. I can go back and forth between the steps and keep playing with things. Volume builder, I'm going to reduce the voxel size maybe to 5. Yeah, now like you can see these objects clearer. Let's turn off that work plane. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to select the cloner and I'm going to type random. Okay, and so random is a random effector. What it does is it will randomly like move things in any direction. Okay, or it will rotate them in any angle, 360, 360, 360. You can see that. And also scale them randomly between 0 and 0.3, for example. I'm gonna go ahead and increase the number of count. Yeah, actually, you know what? The cube doesn't look nice in this. So I'm gonna take out the cube and maybe add a sphere. Maybe make it smaller. Yeah, that's better. And I'm gonna switch it to icosahedron. It's like it has a more nicer feel. Maybe increase the size of the torus, but maybe reduce the ring radius. No, not ring radius, pipe radius. Yeah, that's better. And I'm gonna go to random effector and I'm gonna like try some different seeds. I know I'm going pretty quickly, but I'm afraid we are short on time. Cool. Now, after we have this, I'm going to go to volume builder and say close and open. And I'm going to increase the offset to 50, let's say. And now you can see it starts to kind of build the connections between the objects. Let's make it even bigger, 100. I'm going to select the spline and move it a little bit far. Nope, it's not happening. So let's disable the close and open for a second. Select the spline, switch to point mode. I'm going to select this point and make it a bit like that. And you can see the objects they will adjust themselves to whatever we are doing with the spline. We go to cloner and maybe increase the count. So here I'm going to say switch the count to even. So they have more even distribution going on. Now let's go back to builder and enable the close and open again. Yeah, something interesting happening. Like basically this is how I created this. So let's maybe reduce the offset to 50. Yeah, I think that's nicer. Cool. So now let's bring in, let's copy this spline out. I'm going to switch to point mode. And let's bring this one here. Let's bring this guy here. And I'm going to press Ctrl A, select all the points, right click, and say soft interpolation. So until now, the points were like, or the spline was taking hard turns at the points. On soft interpolation, so we have this like nicer, gentler spline. I'm going to Shift C, type symmetry, and now we have a symmetry of the spline going on. Okay, and I'm going to drop it inside the volume builder. And if you select volume builder, now we have this thing here. And instead of union, I'm going to say subtract. So what it is going to do is start cutting through our object. So the radius, I'm going to say 15, maybe 20, and density maybe 1. Okay. And also I'm going to copy this again outside the same spline. And I'm going to create another volume builder around it. Reduce the voxels. And basically what we end up with is this spline cutting through our objects. This is basically what is happening here. So let's increase the what else can we do to improve the quality of this? 8.1. We can increase the radius of the spline here, 50. Yeah, that's better. Now you can see the holes that are being created and how the spline is moving. So I'm going to go ahead, select this builder, type Shift C measure, volume measure. So it now creates geometry around. Select the other one, say measure, volume measure. The builder on its own is not exactly creating geometry, it's only building a volume. The measure will put the polygon mesh around it. Okay, it's pretty cool. I'm going to give them different colors so that we can see them clearly. Now, another thing with this is I can go to volume builder object and select this spline, and I can control its like control click here. And now I can control how the thickness of it varies. Okay, actually, let's select the second one so we can see it a little better. And now you can see here. But it is what it is doing is it is treating it like the symmetrical object as one object and not two separate objects. So what we are going to do is symmetry, maybe turn off the weld points. No. No. So what I'm going to do is just explode this. So it has no explosion is not going to work. Yeah, I think I know what to do. So I'm going to not use symmetry, make a copy of this spline, go to coordinate and say -1 here. So now we have flipped the spline basically. And now in the volume builder, we'll have to treat them separately. So now I go here. Maybe when I do this, or rather I should bring the ends down and really increase the radius of it. 20, maybe 50. There you go. And now I can right click, copy, select the other spline and paste. It's not working because this one has a radius of 50 and this one needs to have a radius of 50 as well. And there you go. You can do the same thing with the spline inside this other object. And, vary its thickness so that you can end up with nicer effect. You can layer more objects inside this. So basically that is what you're seeing. There are actually multiple splines going through this so that we have a lot more nicer things happening. Even here, like there is an opening, for example, let's say I go to this volume builder, and let's say I add a cylinder, and let's say we position this cylinder like here. Let's go to plan, make it like this, and I can put it in here. And I can say instead of union, subtract, and it's gonna create a hole for us. So you can like start developing more and more control on it, and make it a lot nicer. I'm gonna save this file. Let's say bones. No. Bones 2. Okay. Are there questions? Yeah. Yes, that answers it. Okay. Let me close this file. So what about outside a cloner? Well, no, outside of the cloner, you can't really do it. I mean, then it's really about like just having, let's say you have this. Actually, wait a sec. What I'll do is select this clone. Sorry, put this cube in the cloner, and we have, let's say, 9 cubes, and I'm gonna select cloner and press C, editable, and now it is gonna give us 9 copies of this cube. So it is now outside the cloner. The only way to do it is, let's say, manually select it. But let's say what we can do is we can use a tool called fracture, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So let's say, I think, let me start this again. I'm gonna delete some of these guys. And let's say we have a cylinder somewhere really far. We have a pyramid, somewhere here. And let's say I want to apply effectors on these guys, but they are not part of the cloner object. So what I can do is I can create a fracture object, make these guys children of fracture object, and now I can apply effectors to the fracture object. So maybe, I don't know, random effector, and I can go to rotation, and now you can see they are not clones, but they are just this bunch of random objects which were outside the cloner. Now we put them in a fracture object, and now you can apply effectors to it. This is very, very actually good question, and thank you for asking, because when you are importing geometries from different softwares, for example, let's say you created something awesome in Rhino, but Rhino doesn't have good rendering options. So you want to bring it to Cinema 4D, and you want to animate those objects. So you can actually put them in fracture objects and animate them. It's it's a very good way of doing it. I hope this answers your question, Solas. Okay, I'm gonna close this file, and let's look at the next one, particle geometry. Okay. Directing movement of particles along a curve, creating geometry from particles using volume builder. Cool. So what we are creating here is, this guy or this one actually. Okay. So what we have here is this, there are this bunch of particles that are flying along a curve. I'm going to press F4. So we are in the front elevation, and select the spline pen and just randomly draw a curve. Escape, select the curve, point mode, select all, right click, say soft interpolation. So we have a nicer, smoother curve. And Now I'm going to create an emitter. Shift C, emitter. So what emitter does is basically if I hit play, you can see it will start to emit points. We want lots of points. So I'm going to say birth rate editor 50. And also we want high speed. So I'm going to say 500. And let's pause it, go back. And I'm going to place this emitter. I'm going to enable snap, press E and place this emitter at the end of the spline. Press F4 and kind of place it like perpendicular to the curve. Okay. And now if I hit play, you will see now they are still going in that direction. So how do we make the particles move along the curve? So that's where the forces come into picture. So there are forces that we create that will guide the particles. So if I go to simulate and forces, so let's say we create an attractor point and let's hit play, and the attractor, let's say I give it a strength of 5,000, and now you see all the points, sorry, all the particles are being directed. So if I, let's say, drag this around, and you can see you can control those particles. And now if I select emitter and let's say Shift C, type tracer, it's going to start tracing those. And you can really like just kind of sketch with the points. Now you can see that we are running out of the timeline. So I'm going to say 90 frames. I'm going to make this to 300. So we have a lot more time to play. Okay. So cool. All right. So we will look, this was the attractor. So let's say we look at simulate forces. I'm going to click on this grip so that this thing is out here. And let's say turbulence. Hit play. Doesn't really do a lot, but let's say if I increase the strength 500, and now you see they just start to randomly fly around. If I increase the scale, now you see that there is a little bit of a rhythm for them in their movement. You can increase the scale even bigger, 2500, and yeah, that's pretty nice. And these particles are being constantly traced by this tracer object. So you can, let's say at this point, I can simply, oh, looks cool. Right click on tracer object and say current state to object, and it will give us the spline for this. And you can simply quickly render this and it will look amazing. So I'm going to go back to our spline. But what we want is these particles to fly along the spline. So that's where the turbulence doesn't come in handy. We need to create field force, or rather here, field force. Okay. Field force, and we're going to drag the spline into the field force. And velocity type, from add to velocity, we're going to say change direction. Cool. And now we're going to hit play, and now you can see they are going in an opposite direction because our spline is in opposite direction. So I'm going to switch to point, select all the points, right click, point order, reverse sequence. And now you see that all the particles are basically flying along our spline. Let's enable the tracer object, and now you can see that the particles are being traced. Let's go ahead in the field force, and I'm going to add on top of the spline, I'm going to add random field. And now you see this, the points, they start to jitter. But if I increase the scale, basically it's a noise, right? Random field. So the particles are trying to navigate the noise, but they start to lose energy. So I'm going to increase the scale like 500. So we have a little bit nicer time with it. No, maybe 2000. Yeah, it's a little bit nicer, but no, they're dying. So what you need to do is select the spline here, go to remapping and increase the inner offset to 100. And now you will see them doing a better job of traveling. You can even increase this minimum so that they don't end where the spline ends, but they keep on flying afterwards. I think we go back to random field, maybe reduce the size of the noise. I think, yeah, that's a lot nicer. There you go. Now you can see it's starting to look like this a little bit. But you can also bring in an attractor. Let's say attractor and place it here and give it a good strength, let's say 500. And now if I start playing, you will see like this attractor will kind of drag, like slow them down here. It eats up the energy. If I increase the strength of it, then they are like really going to the attractor. But let's disable the attractor and let's focus on the spline. I think that's cool. So I'm going to right click on the tracer and say current state to object. So we now have the splines. So I'm going to disable everything else. And now we have this spline, which I'm going to throw in the volume builder and start reducing the size of the voxels. Number 3, select the spline, reduce the radius, maybe 5 centimeters. And maybe we rotate this at an angle so it'll look nicer. Yeah, that's better. And increase the density. So right now you see like the spline is like made up of these spheres. If I reduce it a little more, you can start seeing individual spheres. 0.5, and now you'll see like a tube. We can bring in close and open in 50, and you will see that the volume builder starts to build connections, start to fill up the gaps. Maybe this is too big, say 25. I think, yeah, that's pretty cool. And then finally, you can put the measure around the volume. And there you go. Very high density mesh. If you want to reduce the mesh, in the measure settings, you have adaptive 1%. So it will keep the mesh where required, let's say where there are hard turns, but it will start to reduce mesh where there is like a flatter geometry. So that way your final product is not that heavy. And then you end up with something like this. Cool. Let's save that. And what do we call particle system 1? Okay. Cool. Now we're going to look at one more particle system, which will be the last exercise before we move to Octane render. Okay. Again, I promise this will not take more than 10 minutes. And we are creating this one. So here, now the particle system works a little different. In the earlier exercise, we kind of directed the motion of particles along a curve, but in this one, we are going to force the particles to move along a surface of an object. Okay, so let's create a sphere, which will be our base, like a surface. And I'm going to switch it to icosahedron, give it 64 segments, so we have a little bit high resolution. And first, we are going to create the particles. So we say we are not going to use emitter in this case. We are going to use matrix object. Okay, matrix object. Go to object mode and switch to object. Put the sphere here, and now you can see the particles are created on the surface, but they are only matrices. We want to switch them to thinking particles, and we are going to set the distribution to vertex. And I'm going to hide the matrix object, but you can still see these thinking particles created along every vertex point of the sphere. I'm going to hide the sphere. Okay, cool. So again, this is going to be a little bit complicated to understand, but I just want you guys to observe it and practice it later. Okay. So once we have these particles ready, then there are two more aspects. Okay, one is the direction of these particles. So we want to force these particles to move in this direction along the surface. And the second aspect is we need a force that will drive those particles. So direction and the force. So let's work on the direction first. Okay, so I'm going to create a volume builder. Okay, and in the volume builder, I'm going to drop this sphere. Okay, and I'm going to switch the volume type from sign distance field to vector. And now you can see from every like surface or the polygon of the sphere, these perpendicular vectors that are radiating out. And these vectors, they will basically guide the movement of these particles. But they are moving away. We want them to move along the surface. So for that, we are going to bring in a random field. Okay. I'm going to go to volume builder and I'm going to put random field here above the sphere. And now you can see we have these like random vectors, like basically these vectors are getting scrambled. I'm going to select this random field and say creation space. I'm going to change from box to object below. So now it is creating these vectors only in the sphere. And I'm going to switch the mode from normal to cross. And now you can see their direction is limited, like, or tangential rather, to the surface of the sphere. If we can look at different modes, so there's a normal mode, add, subtract, and cross. The cross is what works best for us. You can go in the random field here and increase the scale, and you can start to see some patterns emerging. You can see like some nice like a flow to it. Okay, so now we have our direction. Now let's create the force that will drive these particles along this direction. So again, we come with the field force, and in the field force, we are going to drop the volume builder this time. The volume builder that we have this random field and sphere. Select the field force and drag the volume builder here. And we are the moment you leave your mouse, it says point object or volume object. We want volume object. And we want the velocity type to set absolute velocity. And we're going to give it a strength of 1000. Okay. And we're going to hit play, and you will see nothing really happens because we created the particles, but we haven't really connected the particles to the force. And for that, we are going to use a little bit of scripting. So let me hide this volume builder and also this force so that things are a bit simple to see. I'm going to create a null object here. Okay. So previously we used the null object for grouping the objects in it. And I'm going to right click here and say programming tags Espresso. And now we have this Espresso editor. So Espresso is like a grasshopper of Cinema 4D. It's very, very powerful. You can do a lot of stuff in it, but also I would say a lot more not user-friendly than Grasshopper. It's really pain in the ass to use. But today we are going to use a very simple setup. So I'm going to right click here, new node, thinking particles, TP initiator, P pass. So this is basically a thinking particle. Okay, it's going to connect the thinking particles from the matrix object. I'm going to right click here again, say new node, thinking particles, dynamic, and P force object. and I'm going to drag and drop field force on that. Okay, and now I'm going to connect these thinking particles to this field force. That's it. And now if I hit play, I hope this works. There you go. So now what you have is this movement of particles on the sphere. I'm going to select the matrix object, Shift C, tracer. And now what you have is this amazing movement. Cool. I'm going to pause it here. Right click on the tracer, current state to object. And what that leaves us with splines. Pretty cool. I'm going to select, no, that's the tracer. No, we don't want to move the tracer. We want to move the spline, which is here. I'm not going to disable things because if I disable it, then it's going to basically break the whole sequence. So I'm just going to save the file like this so that if you, when you guys open it and you hit play, and it will work. Otherwise, it's going to throw you off. Particle system 2. Okay, so now we select these splines, switch to point mode, select all of them, right click, soft interpolation. And I'm going to throw this in the volume builder again and start reducing the voxel size, maybe 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter, reduce the radius, maybe 2 centimeters, density of 1. And now you can see it starts to emerge as something pretty cool. Maybe reduce the radius even more, 0.5. Nice. And then of course you can throw measure on top of this and you will end up with something like this. You can go ahead and replace the sphere with anything else, because this is just a, like, once you have the setup ready, the base object can change anytime. And cool. I hope that was helpful. So I'm going to save this file and close it. And then we're going to move our last session of rendering with Octane Render, our Forester House project. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break now, and we will come back. I will introduce you to Octane Render. Let's open the Forester House. Cool. Okay. Thank you, guys. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. And please don't forget to drop your questions. So I'll answer them when I come back. Welcome back, guys. So I hope everybody got a chance to install the Octane render. Let me quickly take you to the website. So you have this option of free trial. You can download the Cinema 4D plugin, for example. And once you download the files, and then you can, I think if I go to species C drive, program files, Maxon, Cinema 4D 25, plugins, C4D Octane, and you just copy paste the file here and the plugin works. One cool thing about it is that I like is like you can rent it pretty cheap, relatively cheap, I would say, like 16 euros a month. It's about, I don't know, 20 USD a month. If you buy the annual subscription, of course, but then if you pay by month, you can just buy like first 1 month and try out nicely for a month. And after that, you can decide whether you want to buy an annual subscription. Of course, the performance of Octane render depends a lot on the kind of graphic cards you have. So today you will see, like, I mean, I have really good cards, so I mean, I will be able to do things very quickly, but depending on your graphic card, you might, you might have some difficulties. So again, I would recommend that you guys just observe what I'm doing, and maybe later on you can take your time and try things. So cool. Let's dive into Octane render. If you ask me why I'm using Octane render, then no particular reason. I came across work of Beeple, Mike Winkelmann, and I saw he was using Cinema 4D Octane, and I started using that. You also have an option of a Redshift, which is also owned by Cinema 4D. So if you buy Cinema 4D, then you have an option of buying Redshift along with that. They are pretty similar, both of them, Octane and Redshift. So it's not like one is better than the other. It's all about what is your preference. But yeah, today let's look at Octane render. So I'm going to click here, Octane, live viewer window, and I'm going to have this screen. And I'm going to click these 3 dots and drag it to the right. Okay, so we have our viewport, modeling viewport, and Octane viewport. So first thing I'm going to do is hit start, and you can see that there you go, our object is getting rendered instantly. Okay, up here to the right, there is an edit render settings. Let's click on that, and this will allow us to control the resolution. I'm going to type 1000 by 1250, and I'm going to say lock ratio. This is a proportion usually used by Instagram, so I just prefer using that. And I'm going to click lock resolution here. So now it is using that 1:1.25 ratio. Okay. Then here you have a DL written here. That's direct lighting. I'm going to switch to path tracing. So the difference between the two is that DL, let me demonstrate. Let's put a plane down here, and let's create a material, let's say diffuse material, and I'm going to say red color. I'm going to press Shift F2, which opens the material manager, or you can also do window material manager right here. And I'm going to give the red color to this plane. And now you see that in direct lighting, the rays, they fall on to this red object and they don't travel further. But the moment I switch to path tracing, you will see the red color bounces off and falls onto the object. Okay. So path tracing gives you more realistic results, whereas direct lighting will kind of give you this artificial result where the light rays, they hit an object, they die there. Okay. They don't continue further. So we are always going to use path tracing because that gives us a more realistic option. You can also try, let's say PMC, which is I think MC is for Monte Carlo. I don't know why, but I don't know the full form of that. This is like an even better quality, but you hardly need it. So I never used it. So let's stick to path tracing. I'm going to delete this plane. Okay. All right. So first thing we're going to do is, this is the Octane render menu. And we're going to click on object and create an Octane camera. And here you have this Octane camera that is created. So let's do first is I'm going to select all of this and press Alt G, put a group and say structure. So I'm going to select camera and group it and say camera. And I'm going to select this camera, and you see this camera like a kind of like a 4 dots. I'm going to select those. That means now the camera is active. Okay. And I'm going to select this camera and press, oh, I made a mistake, right? Let's bring it out of the camera of group and select the camera and see you have -1 and -8. What we want the camera to do is face perfectly this object. So I'm going to say 0 and 0. And I'm going to kind of position it in front of here. Okay. Now it is very important that the camera is active. If it is not active, then you're not really using your camera. You can see your camera is like an object that is visible. So if you have to activate it, okay, and again, press 0 here so that it is perfectly facing the horizon. Now I'm going to group it and say camera up. Cool. Okay. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with SLR cameras, but this camera is very much like an SLR camera. So the focal length is something that you can change, like 60 mm is like a 60 mm lens. And I'm going to click on this red icon, which is the camera tag. And that's where you can access the Octane camera settings. Okay. We're going to come back to that a little bit later. First, we are going to bring some lighting in the scene. Right now, we have just this ambient white light. So what we're going to do is create objects and say HDRI environment. Okay. I'm going to hide it here so it's not visible in the viewport, but we can see our entire scene has turned black. So if I select this tag and you have this image texture, if I click go in, let's stay out a little bit and say texture, click this triangle, say color. And now we have the white color, but we can, let's say, change color, and it will basically emit light of that color. But what we want to do actually is to load a texture. So I'm going to say clear, and I'm going to go to type free HDRI. Okay. And I'm going to go to this website called Polyheaven, and you have these free HDRIs on this website. And let's go to, I don't know which one. Yeah, this one looks okay. I'm going to go ahead and download it. 4K, yeah, EXR, sure. Download. And it immediately downloads it. We don't need to create an account or anything. show in folder, cut to design muffin, Forester House assets. I'm going to place it here. I'm going to go back to Octane, select this tag. Okay, click on this bar. Okay, no, not this bar, sorry. Click on this three like small corners here. No, not that as well. What's going on? Okay, I'm going to delete this and I'm going to create this again. Okay. So select this tag, click on this image texture. So we go inside here, click these dots, and we go to the file that we just downloaded and gonna click yes. Okay. And now you see, now it has loaded the HDRI. Now let me show this again. We select this tag. Do not click these dots on the right here. Go in here, image texture, and then you load it here. If you load it from outside, it's not going to work. If I do this, let's say, click no, it doesn't really work. It starts to give some problems. You go inside and then, okay, it's totally screwed now. I'm going to delete it, create a new one, go inside, and then select here. No, okay. There you go. And now I'm going to hide this object. And if you select the tag, now you can rotate it. Oh, this file is very, very heavy. Let's download download another one. Like the 81 MB, it's pretty big. Actually, yesterday I already downloaded one from this website. So let's go there. Yeah, this one. So yeah. Yeah, Monolith Golf, maybe. No. I will share these files with you so that you guys can try this out later. Yeah, I think this one is easier. Yeah, there you go. Very smooth to use. So I'm gonna rotate it around enough so that we have a sunlight from the front. It's cool. We also have a ground here, but that looks really fake. So what I'm gonna do now is here you have check camera updates. I'm going to click on that and I'm going to disable the camera. So now what you can see that it is still rendering from the camera, but now we can move our viewport around, but the camera remains locked here. Okay, so I can go and keep on working here. Okay. And I'm going to create a plane. So it's cool. That becomes our ground. Okay, and what we are going to do is let's open my. So let's look at this image. So now let's start with putting some grass here in the front. And then we are going to place some trees in the back and also these bamboos on the roof. Okay. So let's download some grass. Let's go to this Polyheaven website and let's see if they have any models. Yes, they do. So let's click on browse models, click nature category. And they do have some nice free models here. So there are some ferns. But yesterday I downloaded some use some grass. Okay. Actually, this grass looks nice. Grass medium. Yeah. And I'm going to say download. There is a 4K resolution. We don't need that. Let's say 2K. It is for Blender. Yeah, it's okay. Say download. Again, you don't need to create any accounts or anything. So it's pretty nice. I'm going to cut this and put this in the Forester House assets. Extract to grass medium. It has a Blender format. So let's switch to FBX and download. Design. I'm gonna delete the Blender files. Cool. Okay, so now we have the grass. We will drag and drop it here. Click OK. And it will basically open it into a new file. That's weird. Where is the grass? Where is the sphere? No, this doesn't work. Okay. All right. So we're gonna look at some another platform, which is called Quixel Megascans. Now, unfortunately, with Quixel, you have to have an account on it. I mean, you don't need to have like, you don't need to buy any subscription. You just need to have an account. Okay. And then you can go to products, browse Megascans. Yes. Sign with Epic Games, whatever. Products, browse Megascans. Okay, so they have this free collection of 50 objects, and I'm going to download this ribbon grass. Okay, and I'm going to download it at, no, it's, so it asks you to, yeah, there you go, download 2K resolution and say download, and it will download you in the 2K resolution. Okay, so before you download though, you go into the texture settings and you need an albedo, normal, displacement, AO, you don't need metalness, you don't need fuzz, you don't need opacity, yes, brush, no, transmission, no. Okay, so you just download these 4, and also maybe specular, if they have specular. Yeah, there it is. So you download these 4, okay? So once you download this, but because I already have this downloaded on my computer, so I'm going to open that. So they have this plugin called Quixel Bridge that basically allows you to quickly download and load objects into your scene. So I'm going to go to free and right click, go to files. Okay, so once you download, this is what you're going to see. So you're going to have these different variations of these objects. I'm going to go LOD 0, which is level of detail 0. So I'm going to click OK. Let's make this smaller. Go to another one, Control C, and I'm going to say file, merge project. Okay, variation 2, LOD 0. Click OK. I'm going to drag it next. Control Shift O, so a shortcut for merge project. Variation 3. Click OK. Control Shift O. Variation 4. Okay, I think we're gonna only, let's say, do these 4. And Now I'm going to, here you have these textures. So let's open window, material manager. Okay. I'm gonna like, these are all basically same textures, but they are like just 4 copies. So I'm gonna select this one, Alt, drag and drop, Alt, drag and drop, Alt, drag and drop. So now they've all been replaced by this just one texture. And I'm gonna select this texture and say material, convert materials. So now the material has been converted into an Octane material. And I'm gonna delete this one. And I'm going to say material, Octane node editor. And now this is where the fun begins. Now we have this texture, and now we are going to connect, or rather this is a material and we are going to connect different textures to it. So let's go back to the textures, Atlas, 4K, okay. Displacement, gloss, no, we don't need gloss, normal, opacity, roughness, specular. Actually, we don't even need displacement. I think this should be enough. Let's select normal and apply into normal. Then you have albedo, which is like a diffuse. Then you have specular, that we don't have a specular. So we go here, go to basic and switch material type to universal. So now universal will give you all the options out there. So now specular goes into specular, roughness goes into roughness, and opacity, very important, goes in opacity. So now you see you have this grass texture applied already ready. I'm going to save it, for future uses. So which I already have saved. Okay. So I'm going to copy this and go left up here and come to our file and Control V, paste. And now I'm going to use this grass on this plane that we see. So for that, we're going to use scatter object. So Octane comes with the Octane scatter, or you can click here in the objects and say Octane scatter. Yeah, okay. Then I'm going to select these 4 files and put them in the Octane scatter. And in Octane scatter distribution settings, I'm going to drag this plane and put it in the surface. Okay. And I'm going to switch mode from vertex to surface and increase the count to, let's say, 10,000, 100,000. And now you can see this plane is now populated by all these grass. I'm going to hide the camera so we don't see it in between. Okay. And now if I unpause the render and let's just like turn this on and off, and you can see now our field is green. I'm going to hide the like select the Octane scatter, go to display and like display rate and bring down to maybe 20%. So you don't see this like the whole place like filled with all these lines. I'm going to go to the plane and increase the segments to maybe 100 by 100. Okay. Okay, there you go. But now you can see like this grass looks really boring, just one color flat. So let's bring some color variation in it. So I'm going to go to window, material manager. We have this material selected and say material Octane node editor. Okay. Now I have set shortcuts for opening the Octane node editor. So I can just select this and say Control Alt N, and it will open my node editor. Okay. Let's full screen this. So we need to bring some color variation in the screen. So we can, on the left here, we can bring this color correction and drop it on this node. And if it doesn't fall on it, so you hold on Alt and drag it here until it catches. There you go. And now I can, let's say, like bring down the hue like a lot. And you can see our grass has turned purple. Okay, so you can really play with the colors. So let's bring this down to 0, and I'm going to bring a mix node. Also bring a random color node. I'm going to connect to this mix, connect this guy to here. I'm going to bring another color correction and connect this image texture here, and connect texture 2 and connect this to diffuse. So what this setup is going to do is it's going to randomly select between these two. So I can go to the color correction now, and let's say if I bring down the hue a lot, now you can see I have a variation of 2 colors, purple and green. But of course we don't want purple. Let's say minus 0.2. Yeah, it's already looking nicer. You can reduce the gamma, so that will make it lighter. If I reduce it a lot, you see it's almost white. Maybe 0.8. Yeah, that's nice. 0.7 maybe. Okay. Now it's still looking a little bit flat. So I'm going to go to Octane scatter, go to distribution, and say here you have the shader tab. So you're going to go in and click noise. So now you can see like this noise is kind of gets used a lot in Cinema 4D overall. And you can see here immediately, let me hide this plane. You can see like this noise is starting to control the placement of this grass. So let's go inside the noise and maybe increase the scale, or maybe decrease the scale of it and increase some contrast. So now you can see like there are some empty patches emerging. So it's starting to look a little bit more natural now. You can increase those patches even more. It's pretty cool. But also now you can see all these grasses, they look exactly same, because there are only 4 grasses. So how do we make them look a little more natural? Is by we're bringing in random effector. So Shift C, random effector. I want to select Octane scatter, effector tab, and drop the random effector here. And now you can see it's already, go to parameters, position. Yes, I'm going to make Y position 0. So what it is doing is moving each grass node randomly within 50 by 50 centimeter. Rotation, I'm going to say horizontal rotation 360. And now you can see all of them are randomly rotated in 360 degrees. Scale, uniform scale 0.3, and variation of scale. So you can see from, if I disable the random node or random effector, but before I do that, I'll go to compare, store render buffer, and now I will disable the random node, and now you can see before and after. So before we had this very artificial looking grass, and now it starts to look a lot more natural. Okay, so you can like this compare renders is like a very cool way of kind of seeing before and after. So let's disable that. Let's go back to our camera, and I'm going to enable check camera updates and lower our camera around. Yeah, that's better. I'm going to enable a random effector again. Select the camera, go in the thin lens, viewing angle, lens shift. I'm going to say 0.2. So what it basically does is it moves the camera, like moves the lens vertically up. And this principle is used a lot in architectural photography, where the buildings are very tall, and if you point the camera up, the buildings are no longer vertical. So here's a way that you are pointing your camera perfectly to a horizon at 0 degrees, but you are lifting your lens up so that it can cover the height of the building. And we still have some ground, that like broken ground visible. So I'm going to go to plan and bring the camera a little bit closer. That's better. Go to And I'm still not happy with the variation in our grass. So I'm going to go back to distribution, go to noise, and maybe create some more empty patches. Yeah, that's a little bit nice. Maybe increase the scale 100. Yeah, that's better. You can try different seeds of noise if you're not happy with a particular one. Yeah, that's cool. And what else can we do for the grass? I think, yeah, this is kind of okay. Maybe the smaller scale was better. Yeah. Cool. So let's go back to our reference. Okay. So here you can see that I have scattered different types of grass on this same plane so that we have a more variation effect. So we can, let's say, maybe go to another website called turbosquid.com. Now, TurboSquid is another place where you have, this is a very big library. Again, you will need to create an account, and you don't need to have any subscription or anything. You can go to like price point and you can look for free models. So here they may have, let's say you have these plants, so you can download these plants which are free. I'm going to say download, and then it's going to take me to downloads page. No, it didn't download. Let's see, plants price free. And download this guy. FBX file. There you go. It's downloaded. That design muffin, paste. Cool. Now it has a lot of textures. So we're not going to load all the textures, but hopefully, let's close this file. I'm going to pause the render and press Ctrl-Shift-O. And actually, no, let's not Ctrl-Shift-O. Let's open a separate file for it. Going to, okay. I'm going to bring only one because otherwise it's going to take us a lot of time to do all of them. So select this texture and say material, convert material. Okay, so now it's been converted into Octane render material, and get active material. No. Window material manager. Yeah, okay. So we want to select this material. That's the Octane material. Otherwise, it will not show. If you select the other one, it will not show here. Only the Octane material will show. So this. Forester House assets. It's open. Yes. There you go. Now it's ready to use. So I'm going to copy and paste it here. And I'm going to duplicate our scatter object, delete all the internal ones, and I'm going to drop this one here. And now you will see the render is paused. Let's run that. I'm going to reduce the, let's say maybe 5,000. And it doesn't seem to work. Let's disable the camera updates here. Let's hide that. Plane. I'm going to clear this. Very weird. I'm just going to create a maybe a new Octane scatter. Click here, drop this one in here. Distribution. It's possible that there you go. Yeah, I think I've screwed up the setup a little bit here. Yeah, okay. Very weird. It should work. I think the problem that I'm facing here is that the coordinates of this plant are a little bit weird, and that's why it's getting scattered on the underside of the plane. So let's create the scatter again. And I'm gonna no idea. There you go. I'm just gonna reset the camera and restart the render. Sometimes that will help us to reset the errors. Now this goes to +Y. No. Okay. Then let's create another scatter object. Put this guy in here and align the plane. And if I hide this guy, you can see there are like this very small ones are getting created. So let me add the number 10,000 scale. I'm going to say uniform scale and click on 10. There you go. So maybe 5 and bring back the other one. Now you can see like it looks really artificial. So let's work on the colors a little bit. So I'm going to go to the texture tab, add color correction and reduce the saturation and reduce the hue also a little bit. 0.6. Yeah, that's better. And now we can gonna hide this other one. And this guy, I'm gonna add noise. And create these patches so that, you know, it's not everywhere evenly distributed. Also, what I'm gonna do is go to scatter mode, scale. I'm gonna make it non-uniform. So 5, 5, 5, and maybe I'll just make the height bigger. So you see it kind of pops up as a bush or something. I'm gonna make it maybe 10 or maybe, I don't know, 7. Yeah, that's better. And I'm going to go to effectors tab and I'm going to drag this random effector in it so that it rotates randomly and, you know, they don't look like artificial copies of each other. Cool. So that's just how you layer different types of grass on your terrain. And maybe I'll bring back some saturation in it. Yeah, that's a little bit better. You can like maybe turn them a little bit red if you like. That's cool. Okay, cool. So you can bring in as many grass you want. You can, I'll recommend you to have different scatter objects for each type of grass, and you can scatter them on the same plane. Okay. I'm going to recommend you one more tutorial for this, which is called Caldermore C4D grass. Yeah, so making grass using Octane and C4D. So Caldermore, he has very good tutorial on this subject. So I recommend you guys to watch this. Almost 1 hour just on the grass. So he will take you in a lot of depth. Today I was just showing you a little bit of introduction of how these things are done. Okay. Let's also bring in, let's go back to our setup and let's see what else we can bring in. So if I go to Quixel, in their free assets, I have some rocks here. I have this rock cliff. Let's bring this rock cliff. So if you download it from the website, then if you go to the files, you have a lot of files here. I'm going to go to obj file, level of detail 0, and drag and drop here. Click OK. Let's make this smaller. It has a material on it. So I'm going to go to Shift F2, Material Manager, select that material, convert material, and delete the one I don't want. Control Alt N, open Octane node editor, and we go to the rock assembly. We need albedo 4K. So you have 4K and 8K textures. I highly recommend not to use 8K textures because it's gonna really make your render slow. You have albedo, then you have displacement, very important. Normal, LOD0, roughness, and specular. These 5 textures, I'm gonna drag and drop them here. Gonna take a while. Okay. Full screen. Specular. Yes, before we do that, we're gonna change the material type to universal. Select the specular object, specular texture, connect to specular, roughness, normal, displacement. So now the displacement cannot directly connect. Okay, it will not allow you to connect. You need a displacement object in between. Connect to here, and then this connects to here. And you can, when you select the displacement object, you increase the level of detail to 4K and say mid-level 0.5. And finally, we have the color information that goes into albedo channel. Okay, and you can see the texture has been loaded. Control C, and I'm going to close this guy and paste it here, and I'm going to close this one as well and minimize the rest. Now if I unpause the texture, you will see it will quickly load. There you go. So yeah, one thing I want you guys to know here, I should have explained this earlier, these 2 dots next to our object. So if I click the first one, it hides from here, but it's still rendering in the Octane render. If I turn both of them to the red, it will hide and stop rendering both of them. Okay. But if you only click the first one, then it is still visible in the viewport, but it is not rendering in the Octane render. So yeah, you have to know what you exactly want and you can use accordingly. Okay. I'm going to keep both of them either gray or green, and that way they are visible in both the viewports. Okay. Cool. So now let's move these guys around. I mean, it's too big, firstly, so we are not gonna use it as it is, but like we're gonna like kind of create some rocks on the ground. Unfortunately, this is what we get for free to work with. There you go. So I'm going to scale it vertically. But you see now we are in the object coordinate system. If I press W, I go to the world coordinate system, and now I can scale it vertically. And let's bring it up. Yeah, not the best use of this thing because it's really meant to be used as a cliff. But unfortunately, this is the only texture or the cliff or the rock model they gave us for free. So we have to kind of use this one. Yeah, it's okay. The direction of the light is a little bit not good. So I'm going to rotate it around. Yeah, that's better. Now you see some shadows taking place. So the rock kind of looks nicer. Okay, so let's hide that rock. Select along with all these landscape elements. I'm going to group them and call it landscape. And now we're going to put some trees in the back. So I'm going to go to, okay. Now, one thing that you guys should know, like before you leave Cinema 4D, like when you're using Octane render, I highly recommend you to stop, like pause the render and then go to your Chrome or whatever. Otherwise, that's going to crash your model. Because Octane render is like using almost 100% of your PC all the time. And, you know, that's going to put a lot of pressure. So let's type search for trees. And I'm going to go for free. And we have some interesting trees here. I'm going to say OBJ, like sorry, download, and then it's going to take me to here, which I already downloaded yesterday. And from here, you can download the OBJ format, for example, or the FBX format. Either one of them is okay. So let's go ahead and do OBJ. Show in folder. And cool. So let's drag and drop this tree. I mean, there are many of them, but we just need one. We don't need to use all. If you want, yeah, you can use as many trees as you like, but remember your scene is only going to get very, very heavy. Okay. So we have this tree here, and now you can see in the object manager, it has these two textures and two triangles. So if I click on this triangle, it will show you that it's basically a selection set for all the leaves. And if I click on the another triangle, it's a selection set for the trunk. And if you select the material tag, it has been applied with this selection set, which is basically this leaf selection. Same with the trunk. It has this bark selection set. So let's say Shift F2, select both of the material, convert materials, and we'll delete the one we don't want. Now, for some reason, they are a specular material. So let's go to Control Alt N with Octane node editor, or you can do it here, material, Octane node editor, select basic, material type, universal. Same with the other one, material type, universal. Now we go to the, yeah, can select this front one and select the opacity. The rest we don't need. I'm going to drag and drop here. Oh, this is a bark texture, so this needs the bark. So there goes bark. Control drag, make copy, select here, and I'm going to select the normal and click the normal here. I think these two should be enough. And now we select the leaf. Select the leaf texture and opacity texture. There are more textures there to use, but the leaves are so small that you're not going to see like how they, what the other textures are making any difference. You're not going to see it. So normal, there you go. I'm going to just double click on this and double click here so that, it will calculate the preview. Sometimes it doesn't do that properly. Anyway, doesn't matter. We have connected our textures properly, I'm guessing. Still giving us some error. We made a mistake. So the color information has to go up here and the normal one has to come here. Kind of got switched. Okay. And what about the leaf? That's okay. Let's just render this right here. So I'm going to click on this. So that way we know if our textures are working properly or not. Clearly, they are not. Yeah, so Control-Alt-N. This opacity map is working in reverse for some reason. So let's invert it. Oh, I connected it to a wrong place. So it's not normal. It's in the opacity. There you go. And somehow it's not using the color information. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create fresh materials. So material, create universal material, Control-Alt-N, get active material. So now we have this, and I'm going to go here. I want the leaf texture, opacity texture, drag and drop. Click this one here, and this one goes to opacity. Yeah, that's better. That's perfect. And Shift F2. I'm going to double click on this so that the thumbnail updates. Yeah, and Alt drag and drop. And there you go. This is working. Yeah, many times it's just a good idea to create texture from start. I think the trunk texture is working very well. Now we are good to go. Control C and paste here. I'm going to put this back, create a scatter object and make the tree child of scatter object. And in the distribution, I'm going to put this plane in the surface and change from vertex to surface. And we don't need so many, maybe 100. And now let's render this. You can see like the whole site is now full of trees. So I'm going to go to Octane scatter scale uniform and say maybe 0.7. So now the trees are a bit smaller and not like towering over the building. 0.5. Yeah, that's a little bit nice. But we don't want trees in front of our building. So there are two ways of doing this. One, we can use an effector. We can bring in a plane effector and maybe use a box field to control where the trees are created, or let's say a linear field. But here we are going to use a different method. So I'm going to make this plane visible and maybe reduce the segments, maybe 50 by 50. And I'm going to explode it and say press C, make it editable. I'm going to pause the render first and disable these other scatters so that they are not interfering with our work. I'm going to switch to the point mode. Control A, select all point, Shift C, set vertex weight. Okay. And I'm going to set 0. Please click OK. And you'll see the whole thing turns red. Basically, what has happened is like next to the plane, this vertex tag or vertex weight tag has been created. If you select it, you will see it's all red. If you double click on it, it allows you to, like, it activates the paint mode. And now I can paint here and I can give it some vertex weight. What basically this is doing is saying that trees can only grow in this yellow area and not in the red area. So I'm going to go to this tree scatter and it has this vertex map field. I'm going to drag and drop this vertex map field here, and you can see immediately these trees are now only growing in this yellow area rather. Okay. You can do the same thing with your other scatter objects, but we are not applying any vertex map here currently. So they are just using the noise information to distribute themselves. Okay. So now if I unpause the render, there you go. Now you have all the trees there. I'm going to enable the camera. So now you have this backdrop of the trees. Maybe the trees have become too small. Let's make them 0.7. Yeah, it's better. I'm going to make the camera a little bit wider so we see more area surrounding the building. I think the trees can go maybe 1. Yeah, could be. Maybe it's too big, 0.85. Cool. And go to effector tab and you can drag and drop random effector. So you have like the trees rotating randomly, scaling randomly, and just, even though it's just one tree, now we have these variations in them. Cool. So yeah, we almost have our nature scene set up. And let's go back to our main image. And now you will see that we still need to apply the concrete material and create some plants on the roof. We are not going to create all of them. I'm just going to show you this bamboo because we have a free bamboo model available on the Turbo Squid. Search bamboo and switch price to free. And here you go. This X-Frog model is the one that I downloaded. You just click on it and click download. It will take you to download page, and this is where you download the OBJ file. So let's do that. Oh, OBJ file. Okay, so it's kind of fallen on the side. Now, even if you make this vertical, that's not exactly going to work because the Octane scatter is always going to read your coordinate system of this object. So I'm going to press R, rotate, enable axis, and I'm going to bring the axis to vertical. Yeah, it should be always green, blue, and red, blue, and green were pointing up. And press play Control Shift O. Open Forest House assets. Yeah, make it enable axis, and yeah, green pointing up. Okay, so now we have these two bamboos. Go to window material manager. I'm going to alt drag this one here. So it's only one texture now being used. We don't have copies of many textures. Select these two, material, convert material, and I'm going to delete these. And now let's render. I highly recommend troubleshooting your problems in separate file and not in your main file, because there are already so many things happening in your main file that gets really heavy very quickly. So let's open our node editor, make copy of this and click here, and we'll load the opacity map and click here. Now you can see the opacity map needs to be inverted. So I'm going to select this guy and click invert. And there you go. Now our bamboo is ready to go. Select these two objects. Copy paste. And let's go to the roof. Now, one mistake I did was while my camera was activated, I moved it around. So now I have lost my original camera setup. So I'm gonna press Control Shift Z or view, undo view. Okay. So Control Shift Z will basically take me back to the camera setup that was there. Yeah, there it is. I got it back. So when you're moving it around, make sure that you disable your camera. Otherwise, you're going to, lose your camera setup. Let's create a scatter object, create a plane to scatter bamboo on. I'm going to hide this tree. So this plane will now snap it to the roof. Make it a little bit bigger. Select the Octane scatter distribution. Make this is, there you go. Maybe switch from vertex to surface. Maybe we only need 100. Go back to our camera and render. Now you can see our bamboo looks really tiny. So scale uniform, I'm just going to say 5. It's too big, maybe 3 or 4. Also too many bamboos, maybe 20, 50. I'm gonna disable camera check and disable the camera here. Make this plane a little bit bigger. And let's bring some variation in those bamboos. So we're gonna go to Effector tab and give it the random effector that we already have. Yeah, okay. Of course, you can spend a lot of time. Let's say go to the Octane scatter and you have this seed. And you can spend a lot of time go through these different seeds and look for the one that you like. I think the 999 was better. Yeah, this one. Maybe still too many bamboos, maybe 25. No, 40. Okay. The color of the bamboo is like a little bit artificial, so Control Alt N. I'm gonna put color correction here and maybe minus 0.2. No, minus 0.1. Now you see, like we are working only on the bamboo, so I don't want to see the whole render updating all the time. So here you have this render region. So you click on it and just drag this rectangle on your bamboo. And now I can only see that area being updated and not the whole scene updating all the time. So that's a bit of a time saver for you guys. Maybe we reduce the gamma to 0.8, make it lighter. Also maybe the sticks are too yellow. So I'm double clicking on the tag here and click on get active material. So I get that material in my node editor, drop the color correction, saturation 0.7. There you go. That's a lot better. So yeah, you can basically spend a week adding different plants and a lot of details. And that basically time is what will improve your render quality, because you can see here on the roof, I have bamboos and another 4 types of plants. So I probably spend just one day playing with the plants on the roof and seeing different combinations of them. These are the plants that you see. I have probably bought them on TurboSquid or on the Quixel Mega Scans. So if you guys want to develop your library, maybe you can start purchasing models. The next stage that we are going to see is that there is a little bit of fog behind the building that kind of makes the building stand out compared to the background. So let's create some fog. Let's unpause it. And right here, we have Octane fog volume, or go to objects, say Octane fog volume. Now, fog is something that is going to slow down your render a lot. So be very careful when you're using it. Again, in volume, you have the voxel size. Make sure that the voxel size is quite big. Otherwise, that's going to crash your computer. So I'm going to scale this up. And now you can see it's starting to create a volume for me. So I'm going to put it behind the building, maybe raise it up. And maybe reduce the voxel size to 50 or 20. And go to medium, volume medium. And I'm going to start reducing the density, let's say to 0.2. And now you can start to see the trees behind it. And volume step length, maybe we increase it to 50. It almost looks like a smoke right now, but I think, yeah, that's okay. Maybe I think I reduced the voxel size too much. That's a problem. My computer is stuck. Yeah, it's back. So first thing we're gonna do is increase the voxel size to 200. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Maybe there needs to be a lot more gap between the trees and the building. So for this volume to really bring out its effect. But yeah, you can kind of see. Let me activate the camera and let's look at some camera settings. So I'm going to go to camera imager and enable camera. I'm going to cut the highlights. Wait, before we start to see the effect, we have to activate the camera here, check camera updates. And you can see if I make this 1, you will not see any white color anymore. I'm going to change the response to Ektachrome 400 XCD. Okay? And you can see the colors are really bad, but you click on neutral response and increase the gamma to 2.5 and start bringing the exposure down. Let's say maybe 2.7. I always use the same setting for all my renders, and you can see it really brings out the contrast. So let's go back to compare, store render buffer, and I'm going to disable the camera imager. And now you can see the difference between the two. It really brings out the contrast from your images. Okay. Cool. Let's turn off the compare. And let's keep the camera imager on. Another cool thing here is that you have the spectral AI denoiser. So I'm going to enable the denoiser and enable denoise volumes and denoise on completion. I'm going to disable that. And you'll see at the bottom, you have this main and you have dmain. So what it's basically going to do after calculating some samples, it's going to start to show you a denoised image. So you have these like fireflies glowing on, you can see maybe some white dots, and basically the denoiser is going to clear them out. So it's pretty handy tool. You don't have to render for 1 hour, 2 hours. So maybe in 5 minutes, probably you can see some, usable image. At the bottom, you have some more information, which is called samples. So you have right now 230 samples rendered out of 16,000. So I'm going to go here up in the settings, and here you have a control on how many samples that it's going to render. So I usually keep this number to 1000 so that it will render 1000 samples and stop. I'm going to bring down the GI clamp to 10. That kind of takes away the fireflies effect. And that's it. These are the two main settings that you guys need to know. If you go in settings here, now it shows me the available GPUs. So I have 2 GPUs right now, but I am using only 1. So if I bring out the other one, like the render will become even faster. Okay. Then let's look at go back to camera, and we go to post-processing and we say enable, and it will help us to use some bloom. You can see, yeah, kind of adds like the light, like you have this like glow effect that goes on around the lights. I'm gonna bring the point to cut. Yeah, that brings it a little bit better. Kind of creates this natural effect that the lenses produce. And finally, now what we are going to do is we bring in our concrete material. I'm going to pause the cam render and hide the volume, or rather disable it for now. And I'm going to go back to Quixel. And in the free section, you have a lot of these materials. You can also download this grass material. So before scattering the grass, you can still see some like white patches through it. So before scattering the grass, you can apply this grass material on it, and it will take care of these white patches. So let's do that also. So I'm going to go to files. So you have this grass material, and then we also need this smooth precast concrete. Go to files. Actually, they have like a lot of types of concretes available here in their free section, which is pretty cool. Oh, they have these stones. Oh, that's cool. We could have used these stones. You have this broken stump You can use that. It's a 3D model. Quixel, they have like amazing library and it's really fun to work with. So that's our concrete texture. Copy. And let's go material, create Octane universal material. Control Alt N. I'm going to click on albedo, displacement, normal, roughness, and specular. These 5 are more than enough for us. And drag and drop into the node editor. This is first one is specular, roughness, normal, displacement. Then you have albedo. Displacement, I'm gonna go to displacement, add displacement object, and then we connect the texture. In the displacement, I'm gonna switch to 4K, mid-level of 0.5, and our texture is ready to use. So I'm gonna name it concrete. Double click on it and double click on this preview. So sometimes, yeah, it just doesn't calculate for some reason. Anyway, I'm gonna drop it onto our structure and enable the render. Okay, something funny going on. Oh, so you didn't connect the color. Let's connect that. And there you go. Our concrete texture is there. So what I'm going to do is put these scatters in here and I'm going to disable all of them and enable camera and go closer and see how the texture is doing. And you can clearly see there are some problems here. And so we're going to select this texture tag and change the projection from UVW mapping to cubic. And what it's going to do is now it's properly apply the texture in the cubic projection. I'm going to press Ctrl Alt N to see our node editor and right click on the texture and say auto arrange selected. So it's going to nicely arrange the textures and select all of these textures and say UV transform. And it's going to create all these texture transform. And now I can go closer and adjust the size of the texture. Maybe 2 times, maybe 10 times. Yeah, 10 times is nice. It starts to show some grain on it. But you can see another problem, that is this edge, which should be a sharp edge, it's kind of a blurred edge. And that's a problem with our displacement. So I'm going to go to node editor and I'm going to select the displacement object, switch from smooth to geometric normal, and you will see we have this sharp object. But still, you can see here where the object is kind of bending, we have some of these triangulations happening. So for that, we are going to use vertex normal. And there you go, it's fixed. You have a sharp edge and a smooth transition of organic geometry. And that's our texture. I can bring back all my scatter objects. Cool. So that's pretty much it. And one last thing that I'm going to show you guys is artificial lighting. I'm just going to quickly introduce you to it. We can't really spend a lot of time on that because that's a very, very giant topic. Basically, the result is going to be something like this. It's a night render, how to add lights inside, and how to create this effect. So I'm going to quickly show you the process. We will not be able to achieve that exact effect because it will take 1 day of work easily. I'm going to disable the camera and pause it and go here, and for that first we need to create the night lighting. So I'm going to duplicate this Octane sky, go to image texture, select this sky, and I think I have industrial sunset. Okay, we could use this. So I'm gonna come back here, select this, and I'm gonna reduce the power a lot so that it almost looks like a night scene. Okay, cool. So now let's create an area light, which is Octane area light here, or you go to objects, lights, Octane area light. So area light is like a default light object, and you can see it quickly illuminates your scene. So I'm going to really scale it up. Let's hide all the landscape so we don't keep seeing it. There you go. I'll press F4, go to the front, kind of cover the whole object, and select the light tag and reduce the opacity to 0 so that the light is transparent, and reduce the power to like 2 maybe. And now you can see it kind of creates this general lighting for us as just like a starting point. Reduce the temperature for 5500, bring a little bit of warmth. Maybe 2 is still pretty high, maybe change to 1, and maybe take it out, take it far a little bit. Cool. So I'm going to drag and duplicate it, like control drag, and rotate it to 90 degrees. Make it really small. Go to front elevation, and let's say bring it here on this floor. Press F1, take it in, and you can see it is starting to illuminate our interior walls. Now I can increase the power. Maybe that's too much. Maybe 2. Yeah, that's perfect. Go here, go to front section, control drag, and scale it up, or scale down, control drag, scale down, maybe like push it inside a little bit to eliminate. So you can see it's not very hard. It's just a little bit of long process. You have to do multiple times to get that effect. I also like to eliminate bamboos. So I'm gonna take it to the bamboos up here, and you can see it's starting to, maybe we need a little bit stronger light. There you go. Maybe it's too much at the back. Let's drag it to front. 2.5, that's nice. So let's see what else. Yeah, we can and pause. There you go. 4. And most importantly, we need a one light that can highlight the front edges of the building, all the front edges. So I'm gonna make it, go to the plan view. and really increase the power, say 10, maybe 50. It's facing up, so you have to rotate it down 180. There you go. That's too strong, maybe power of 10. That's cool. Now I'm going to create another light quickly to kind of generally light the rest of the scene, the grass, because all looking very dark. So lighting is like quite complicated, I would say, because you need to like create these hundreds of lights that will illuminate your scene. Yeah, there you go. So let me just to give you an idea, I'm going to open the file that I used for creating this image, so that that way it gives an idea how much stuff goes into these files. So is this the file? No, not this file. No, not this file as well. I have one file which has all the lighting setup. I think it is this one. Yeah. Yes, this file. So I'm gonna turn on all the lights, and you can see, let's close this for a sec. You can see there are so many lights inside and so many plants. So let's go to, yeah, so many plants and just giant setup. And literally I spent probably 1 week just setting up all the textures, the landscape, the lighting, and lots and lots of trial and error. I can probably show you. I'm not sure if I have some test renders of like how this evolves. No, not these ones. No, I don't think I have the test renders. But yeah, just to kind of give you a preview of how things are done. I know this is not a fully exhaustive tutorial, but just as a starting point for you guys to show you the potential of these softwares. And you can start to dig a lot on YouTube, especially I will say, no, this guy, Aria Visuals. Okay. David Ario, he's a very good Octane artist, and he has this huge resource list, which and like basically massive amount of materials that can teach you a lot. So I'm going to just copy paste these links in our chat, and I encourage you guys to look at it. So I think this is where I'm going to stop, because we can easily go on for another few hours. So I hope I've done my best to give you a proper introduction to all the tools and processes. If you guys have any questions, please, like, you don't have to ask all of them now, but I welcome them, and you can write to me later on as well, and I will try my best to find the answers to your questions. And I can maybe send you some tutorials that I can find online that will answer them even better. So I guess this is where I take your leave. Michael?
Hey, Amy. Thanks so much. It was awesome. Can you hear
Thank
me?
you. Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's a very giant subject, and I could only touch some small points, but I wish maybe next time we can have just an Octane render tutorial, and we can go in a lot more depth.
Yeah, it just depends, like, we have to see, like, kind of who's interested in just pure like Viz webinar, and then yeah, we can definitely do something like that.
Yeah, it goes a little bit far from core architecture,
Yeah.
because now we're just talking about rendering and images. But for me, it's an interesting subject, and I'm always happy to talk about it.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions before we end this? If you do, please ask them now.
Thank you, Solas.